Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Who wants to see something else that the game does not actually get credit for? Yeah, just for funsies. We're actually at 19. Oh, I already did that. Okay, cool. Sorry, just double checking something. So let's see. Let's go ahead and pull up the old YouTube here. Oh, hey, look. There's some Mario Galaxy 2 highlights. How strange. Yeah, we should hit play and watch this right now. No, but for real, go watch it. It's a good highlight. Okay, so here's the actual thing I was going to show you.
This was our land. Troll land. We, Amani, was here before anyone. The elves and their alliance came to drive us out. But we never give up. We never forget. The elves took my eye. I cut off my own arm to escape them. And now, they fight alongside the Horde? I spit on the Horde! I hate you. I hate you all. But I got a surprise for you now. So come on in. The Amani never give up. We never forget. We never die. This is our land. You wanna stay? You stay here forever. We gonna bury you here.
And that naturally led to the Zul'Aman raid, which I actually farmed the crap out of back in the day. That's where I got my mount, after all. Pretty good stuff, but, like, I think what I find funniest is how they're still so clearly figuring out how to do the machinima thing. So they have, like, effects. Kind of. They just look really crude. Like, you know, 70s era cartoon show crude. But the core idea there's one of the things I find most amusing about that is Zul'Jin's like, oh, you took out me eye. He completely fails to mention that the reason they took his eye was because he already ripped out the eye of the other guy, the elf, first. And so his eye was then taken in retribution, a literal eye for an eye scenario. Anyways, moving on. So, one of the very, very few times you're going to see me do something like this. Oh, and for those of you who don't understand WoW history or lore, or don't know what we're talking about, probably wondering, why did I show you that cutscene, but I'm not actually going to show you Zul'Aman? Zul'Aman the raid doesn't exist anymore. So, we'll do the dungeon later, but then much later. Like a few weeks from now later. We're probably not going to finish Netherstorm today, and I'm just going to kind of be okay with that. Netherstorm's a chonker, and I don't want to rush it. Just like I didn't want to skip anything in Shadow Moon. I suppose we could mount. We'll go ahead and mount. Yeah, back in the day, you took this route and still here, you know, we're still on the Blade's Edge. We already start to see some strange things on the horizon. Not actually sure what we're looking at over there. It is unlikely that you don't have flying by this point, but it's possible, especially if you come straight from the Blade's Edge. And you haven't been doing all the quests. So, okay. There's a bridge between floating continent stuff. That's odd. But then again, that just looks like Hellfire again, right? That's not the end of the world. Until we actually start to cross the bridge. There's the infinite abyss below us. Don't think too much about that. And when we actually get over here, we start to see what the Netherstorm actually looks like. Welcome to Hell. In total contrast to the Shadowmoon Valley, which is a tortured and dying husk of a land, the Netherstorm is more like a storm, I suppose that's appropriate, that never stops. There is just a non-stop cavalcade of energy and mana and power pushing through it. Literal storms of magic forming around it. Lots of stuff to see here, especially if you're coming in here the normal route, which is through there, and not just flying your way in. Also, the landscape is very barren. Purple. Got to keep that color theming going on. And there's a goblin town up here, which is just kind of weird. But there's something interesting about the goblin town. I want to comment on this briefly. This is a small but interesting bit of visual storytelling. You see how there's, like, the wall, and parts of the wall are floating in midair, and the rift is cracked up through the wall? The significance of this statement is that this means that this wall actually predates the crack here. This helps to shine a little bit of insight into the timeline of exactly when Netherstorm started really falling apart. Because the goblins only showed up after the portal was opened. Now, obviously this place is going to hell already, but the implication here is that the Netherstorm is going to hell so rapid fire and so quickly that the earth is starting to fall apart quite literally around them. Here's the other side of it, by the way. More evidence for that over here. There's actually a single line of dialogue in this entire zone. I forget where it is. I'll try to see it if I see it. Which indicates that their current estimates is that within about a month, the Netherstorm and all of Outland will be completely destroyed because of the environmental damage being done here. That's pretty impressive. And it makes sense, especially given how much it's escalating. We'll talk about more of the whys and the wherefores as we go. I just wanted you to understand that, unlike some places where like things are bad, here things are actively self-destructing under our feet. Now this is WoW BC, so they can't literally show the terrain being destroyed around us. But I guarantee you, if they ever redid somehow Netherstorm with modern tech, you would see chunks of it flying off periodically, either in cutscenes or in phasing. Like you do imagine for a moment you do a series of quests over in this area, like down here. And then when you finish those quests, there's a quest, probably something along the lines of, get the hell out, oh god, oh god, oh god. And then as you're getting away, you know, it's gone. When you later, that chunk of terrain is just not there anymore. Because that's kind of what's actively happening right now. The visual storytelling is trying to convey something that the animation and the tech just can't. So I just want you to have that mindset as we're going through the Netherstorm. Okay, so I remember that too, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton, but I don't have any of my resources in front of me, so I can only give you a vague confirmation on that. So we are going to go and do this over-leveled, partially for the sake of brevity, partially because I screwed up. But that's okay, this is always something I was ready for, and now we know. The moment we hit level 68, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start locking people. So that means we're also not even going to bother doing like these wanted quests. There's no reason to. So there's a couple wanted quests. Cool. In here, oh my god, what are you two doing? You know what, I take that back. That's none of my business. So in here we have some Scryers and some Aldors. If we stand here for a bit, they argue. And argue. And argue. And they just go back and forth about this for a while. But this is actually a critical little story beat, believe it or not. So the Scryers are... let's run through this really quick. We've actually already seen all of this stuff on camera. So I'm just rehashing stuff to remind you of it. The Aldor were the Draenei who came to Shattrath to worship the Naru, but also to serve as their aides, their soldiers, their priests, and to keep the land safe. They're the holy paladin crusade. Then Kael'thas set his best and his brightest to go attack Shattrath, and his best and his brightest said, "This is dumb," and flipped right then and there. So they went ahead and switched sides and joined the forces of Shattrath. The Eldar didn't like that, because in their mind, there's just a bunch of deceitful, unreliable, untrustworthy traitors. And the Scryers didn't like the Eldars because the Scryers thought the Eldar had too many sticks up their butt. The two sides haven't really been at what you'd call full, like, military action against each other. You know, they're not trying to kill each other. But there's been a lot of very severe tension between the two. Definite parallels between the Horde and Alliance, by the way. Here in this zone, with everything that's going on within the Netherstorm, the two sides have been sent here equally, which is unusual, because if you remember, they actually had to compete for the right to go ahead and interact with the forces down in Shadowmoon. But here, they're both operating as a joint operation. So we'll see this cutscene. There's actually another cutscene that shows periodically here of the two of them arguing. But what I like most about it is, even though they're arguing, there is a little degree of common ground here. And they do begin to actually work together. And so no matter which one you take quests from, the overall idea is, hey, go help us out with this, and go do this for that other thing. Make sense? So, we happen to be more Scryers, so we're going to get our quest from the Scryers.
Our enemies will fall. The reckoning is at hand.
A brief look of disappointment crosses his face. I was hoping for at least a squad, but if Vorenthal saw fit to send you only, then I will adjust my plans accordingly.
We will have justice.
You may have noticed one of Kael's mana forges on your way here. You know, the large purple building sucking energy from the sky. We were sent by the Shatar to investigate. You can help by gathering information on a personnel roster, giving us an idea of who's there and what they will do will provide... Oh, God damn, I can't read. Giving us an idea of who's there and what they do will provide us invaluable information. So, go get a personnel roster. Okay. God, I can't talk.
Time is money, friend.
You should go to the holiday.
What's up?
I just want to double check on a couple of things.
Keep it real.
Oh yeah, for some reason we have Netherstorm agents. They look like that. Men in Black reference. We're walking.
Hey, how you doing? Be good.
That's actually not a bad idea, Primarch. Hang on, I just want to decide which quest chain we're going to do first. There's just like in Shadowmoon, there's a bunch of concurrent quest chains, and just like in Shadowmoon, we're going to go and do those in like one chain at a time rather than try to bounce around to keep it all a little bit easier to understand.
I have a deal for you. Keep it real.
Oh yeah, I should go ahead and do that really quick. What was that? Where am I? Who am I? The flash of light you did not see did not erase your memories. Well, that's good to know. Huh? So let's get our secondary quests first of all.
Time is money, friend. Glad I could help.
I make a good living selling drinks to the booze hounds around here, but I want something more. Rocket Chief is always telling me how he can't get the rocket fuel needed to get the X-52 off the ground. I can solve that little problem for him. For starters, I need to extract the oil from the shale of the local shale skin. It'll form a concentrated, if explosive, base for the mix I have in mind. Okay.
Hurry back.
You'll find them by the purple rocks. This should be a vector quest, which is... Although, actually, hang on. Yep, okay. And that's that quest. That just leaves these ones. Huh? What? Oh god, is there another one of these goddamn quests?
Greetings.
Yes, of course. I will definitely do your quest. That is definitely a thing that is happening. Okay. Now the good, bad news. We're just gonna run over this place, really. I'm gonna do a little bit of rejiggering for the immediacy. So I can just do stuff like this. Like I said, we're just going to do these at level, or rather the opposite of at level, and And Eternus is going to give me way too much money. I am thankful for Eternus. That's a valid thing. But, like, I really think Eternus should keep his money to himself. It would be better suited there anyways. Is there just no music playing? I have music on, right? I know there's a song that plays out here. Yeah. Alright, whatever. Well, first of all, happy Thanksgiving, Eternus. I do always appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. You didn't put it towards anything, but that's okay. I had really good Indian for lunch, so I can't complain about anything. It's leftovers, but it reheats well. I hope the semester's been treating you as well as it can. I know how bad that can go. Let's see. Why has no music playing? It's starting to weird me out. Am I gaslighting myself? Is there no music in the Netherstorm? That's true. I am the worst streamer. Because, you know, Hitler. Oh my god. Okay, this is ridiculous. I actually have playlists for this kind of thing. Hang on. Let's go with... what would be a good playlist for this, actually? Let's try this music. Let's see how this feels. There's just no music playing, and it's driving me bonkers. Let's do... No, I know, Zen, but if you'll check here... It's on. Right there. I always have loop music on. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. Let's go with... Nah, that's not gonna work. Maybe this playlist? No, because I hit Control M. Here, listen. I turned it off because I didn't want it to turn on later, since I was just going to switch to my own music. And then it would kill me. It's still on. Music's still on. So we're going to turn that back off. Anyways, music. Let's go with this. I mean, raiding just takes too much time and relies on other people. Two terrible things. My sister tried to get me back into raiding, and I felt really bad about saying no, but... Well, I would love to raid with just her and Pax, and maybe like 1 or 2 other people. She wanted me to raid with like a big group, and I don't want to do that again. Cloister of Trials music. I mean, I know you hate me, Eternus. Fine, hang on. I don't even have that song locally, so give me a second. Because I deleted it. No, just for you. There we go. Here you go. Here's the Netherstorm, ladies and gentlemen. Courtesy of Eternus. Bad writing, Chehexia. So, one of the most common types of relatable writing is to have you fighting against the man, right? It's one of the most common types of writing because throughout the overwhelming majority of human history, the government, whether it's a noble or a king or a president or a council or whatever, are evil and or corrupt, right? So, you have to have someone for the heroes to struggle against, right? so they struggle against whoever's above them. The problem with that is that just kind of doesn't work, especially in Star Trek, but also it causes issues in general, too. Because what you're doing is you're creating a precedence for, like you say, Federation just kind of being flooded with really evil and stupid admirals and leaders. In fact, after a while in Star Trek, they got tired of the admiral thing and started making admirals more good and kicked that up again, and that's why the Federation Council are evil.
I got the best deals anywhere. Keep it real.
You haven't had that shale yet? I'm gonna need a lot of it to extract the oil I need for the fuel.
Glad I could.
Okay, ingredient number 1 down. Yeah, if you're up to it, we'll move on to something that'll give the shale a little bit extra kick needed to blast the nether rocket to the twisting nether. Or oblivion. Whatever comes first.
Hurry back.
I'm just missing one thing. The sting of the nether rays. Okay. Sure, I'll go get you some poison to make something more explosive. How would I explain it in the lore of Star Trek? Okay. So. Magic. Done. Okay, so that's a go-to. And that's that. Is that it? That is actually it. Oh my god, my nose keeps itching. That's true, Kira White Noise. Depends on the individual Q, Eternus. For example, Q himself... It's actually a tough one. I'd lean towards either true neutral or neutral good, though. No, I'm gonna walk that back. No, I'm gonna stick with that. Never mind. True neutral or neutral good. I'm gonna stick with that. Commit. Grab this while we're here. See, I don't think Q is actually chaotic. I know that sounds very strange, but this is a guy who's been an agent of the Continuum many times. And while he does things to amuse himself, he almost always does so in a fairly organized and structured manner. Yeah, he pretends to be chaotic. He pretends to be the imp, but he really isn't. And he almost always is doing something for a purpose or a reason, especially from the long-term perspective. There. See if there's any music out here. Seriously, where's the music? This is really starting to weird me out. What alignment would I be? Probably... as much as I'd like to say neutral good, which is probably close to accurate, the truth is I'm simply too organized and too structured of a person to be anything other than lawful. So that's really irritating, Linear. I think you're right. I think I'm just gaslighting myself into thinking there's music here when there isn't. Music! Oh my god. Okay, we've tricked the music into starting to play. Oh my god. Okay. Hang on. We're gonna do the old standby, right? We're gonna turn off looping music. Okay. Then we're going to turn on looping music. Ice Crown 2? Wow. That's a shame, because Ice Crown has a banger song. One of my favorite songs in the game. Okay. Thank you for looking that up, Gizlag. Or just knowing that. Or being awesome. Or being psychic. I don't know. Something. So this is the Netherstorm music. I was right. There is a Netherstorm song. I just pulled this up on YouTube. I literally just pulled this up. One of my favorite music channels, WoW music channels. It took me a second because I wanted one with no ambience. Although I suppose we could do that.
Talk to me. Keep it real.
If I could drain the venom from enough of those nether ray stingers, I think we might have devised the most explosive fuel ever. Oh, now we're talking. Let me just squeeze those little beauties and squeeze the badness right out of them. This should make the rocket fuel brew that'll blow everyone's socks off. Alright, let's just mix this and see what happens.
Keep it real.
Oh, I can see that as Netherstorm. Or hear that, I suppose. Okay, mix, 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 mix. Okay, there. Oh, he's dead. They're on fire. I'm a doctor. What seems to be the problem? Someone needs to get those fires out so I can get in there and save that goblin. Fire marshal shows up. Someone called? He's a frost mage. He's a frost mage. He's the fire department. All right, let me in there. Everyone, clear. Come on, clear. Damn it, Boots, I'm a doctor, not a priest. Clear. I got a pulse. I'm okay, I'm okay. Well. Back to the drawing board on that rocking fuel. Thanks. Pleasure. Good fortune, Eternus. And I'll get that down for those things in just a moment here. That was cute. Nice little cutscene. I like it. Pluses are good. Pluses are good. You know, believe it or not, I've actually never played RuneScape. And I never will. I mean, hi. Okay, so now let's help the goblins out with their problem.
Be good.
Let me be the first to welcome you aboard, Junior Technician 3rd grade. We're building my masterpiece out here. The X-52. Ignore that it's on fire right now. But first we need to get all the parts and fuel. That's where you come in. To start, I need crystals, like lots of crystals. The Draenei had crystals coming out their ears, so head north and give me all the crystals off those Draenei ghosts.
Have a good one.
Nice, says Mirror. Congrats. By the time RuneScape really hit my radar, I was told by several people, hey, Lore, you wouldn't enjoy this. So I just kind of didn't play it. So you notice we have music all of a sudden. So Gizlek's suggestion worked. First of all, thank you for that, Gizlek. I changed the audio to specifically output to my correct speakers here. And all of a sudden we have music. Hopefully that'll fix it for Ice Crown, too, because I don't want to mess with that.
What's up?
It's delicate work out here, you know? It can't be rushed or something's likely to get broken. Like Fuselage's head. You might be wondering about my bots. I'm always working on Mark 1 and Mark 2. Gain sentience for a split second, before his brain capacitor blew out and he went insane. So I decided to skip 3 and 4 and went straight to Mach 5, my pride and joy.
Keep it real.
I have a very important task of collecting the machinery inside the ruins, but having trouble keeping all my bots charged up. The face hunters, the little worm-looking things, they got lots of energy. You can find them all over the edges of the island, floating in from the nether. Fill the battery on this recharging blaster and use it on a face hunter when they're weak. Oh, okay. Okay.
Glad I could help.
Does Warcraft have droid effect? Yes, but not with these things. These things are mostly a joke. Greetings, Blood Elf. Greetings, Blood Elf. I am charged and fully functional. There are fragile Drana machines in the ruins, which I must retrieve. Please do my escort quest. Recommended 2 players. Yep, speaking of which, I need to pull out something really quick, because I do happen to have that. Right there. And we'll just put that over here for the time being. Yeah, there's a few ways to deal with this, and they've actually gotten better at this in the monitors, but yeah. The first thing implemented was the foam sword. Yes, not counting Kildanis here. The good thing is I just kill these. Die. I remember this quest actually being pretty rough. No joke. You know the funny thing? The foam sword... I'm glad that it's in the game, but it would be unnecessary if we had proper quest syncing. You know, if I could just hit a button right now and be like... and be in Chromie time. We'd be good, you know? And if I could Chromie time past level 70. It is overwhelmingly dailies, but I do plan to show it off a little bit, Uruk, and there are a couple of story beats there. Proceed. It is literally the culmination of the BC story arc, too. So, like, there's that. It's got that going for it. And it has what several people have argued will be the best dungeon in BC. We'll see. We've got 4 dungeons total coming up. And that's it. 4 dungeons left in the expansion. All 4 of them, by memory, are pretty solid. So we've got some competition for best dungeon slot. Right now, Monotombs is still at the top. So we'll see if anything can beat Monotombs. Hi, Sean. Happy Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, I cannot be thankful today. You see, I saw Micah recently, and I realized what a horrible, disgusting, slimy snake he is. And that was just too much. I couldn't deal with it. Frickin' Micah. Proceed. Beep boop. I hate this quest. It's an escort quest. It's a slow escort quest, and worst of all, it's really long and relatively easy to die to, either you or the bot. Because these mobs can and will cause some issues, and his path is weird. Obviously, I'm one-shotting everything, but remember, we're supposed to be doing this at level. And I'm going to be reviewing this as if we're doing this at level. Yeah, this place... This quest sucks. Some people wonder why escort quests have a bad name. This is why. I am not at level because I can't be Yura. I could come out here on my warrior, but I kind of don't want to. I want to do this on my blood elf. Plus, this way it'll go quicker. And I did lose a lot of time in Shadow Moon and Blade's Edge. Oh, I remember that quest. I remember that quest intimately, Lord Hermont. Because not only would we fail it regularly, but usually I had to do it multiple times for multiple people. Yeah, then there's the Thousand Needles. There's also that one in Stranglethorn. What would the worst escort quest in the game be? Probably something from Vanilla. or launch Wrath. You remember it in the Halls of Stone? Back when Braun was still bad. Faralos. Oh, Faralos. Yeah. Can confirm. They had a lot of escort quests, didn't they? Back in vanilla. We've only had a few in BC. I will take that as a compliment, Quentin Berry. I know there's not a lot of audience for long-form content like what I do, but I'll take being good ambience. Yeah, there was the 3 chicken quests. Let's see, that was Tannerus, Faralos, and Hinterlands, I believe. By the way, we're still doing this freaking quest. In fact, I've had a timer going. It looks like this is going to be about a 7-minute quest. Which, if that doesn't sound like a long time, remember, it's relatively easy for him to die, and if he dies at any point, you fail and you have to start over. Yeah. Well, see, that's just because I'm apparently a good liar, because I'm not intelligent at all. I don't know nothing. Quest complete.
Yeah, what do you want? Hurry back.
You did it. I could just kiss you. Aw, Maximilian's out of juice again. Yeah, well. You had enough to get the job done. That's what counts. Rocket Chief Fuselage will be happy to get those Draenei machines hooked up inside the X-52. And that means a promotion for me. Oh, I'm so happy I just have to give you a reward. Here, have this junk.
Be careful out there.
Thanks. I was about to say, yeah, the city tour was 8 minutes and 20 seconds, remember? So, that's honestly crazy. So let's talk about what the foam sword does, okay? So if I hit that thing with anything, it's going to die instantly. So instead, I'm going to walk up, wait until it gets in range, and hit it with the foam sword. Carefully. Boop! And now I can use the item on it. And that's how that works. Again, it's kind of a band-aid patch fix solution, but it is a solution and it does work. This game was much more irritating before that. Now, what's funny is you're probably thinking, wow, why didn't they implement that earlier? Well, what's funny is the only thing that finally convinced them to implement it was a single achievement called Lore Master. So when they added achievements to the game, one of them required you to do about 80% of the quests in the game. All of the sudden, thousands upon thousands of players had a sudden invested interest in going back and doing lobby quests. And of course they would do them on their mains, because duh, essentially. So they'd be running around at level 70, I think this was, trying to do quests, and a lot of them were, hey, don't kill this thing, but use an item on it when it's low on health. Hence the foam sword. I don't remember how long it took them to roll out the foam sword, but I remember being just like, oh, thank God, when they finally did. Okay, could you, like, aggro me so you'd stop roaming? Thank you. Appreciate you. I love the sound effect, too. Thunk. Thankfully, it also has no cooldown, because that would be even stupider. Oh, God, yeah, the Defias Trader. Forgot about that one. Yeah. I've actually wondered before what a version of WoW would look like that essentially has no quests. I know that sounds strange, especially coming from me. But, like, a lot of what I didn't like about vanilla is the quest design. Like, I talk bad about vanilla a lot, but as I've pointed out recently, like just in the last few days, vanilla did several things right, like zone layout or encounter design, or even trash design, or spread or flow, right? I wonder what it would be like if it was just like, pick a spot and farm, you know, like they originally intended, in other words. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want that. I don't know if that'd be good or bad. It's just food for thought. Something I was thinking about recently. Well, I hope you're at least enjoying them, Triaxia. Not that I blame you if you're not. Yeah, it actually does as Netherstorm, now that you say it that way. Okay, done with that.
Welcome, friend.
Have you recharged your battery yet? Hey, watch where you're pointing that thing. You got it set to kill. Looks like you recharged the battery and then some. This guy will immensely help keep these guys going. You're welcome. Alright, so. I got you your resource. Why do I have this quest? Oh, I know why I have this quest. What's this? And what's... Oh, okay. That makes much more sense. Get rid of that. Okay, we're good, we're good. Ahem.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Does it look like the X-52 Nether rocket's ready to lift off? Am I cruising the twisting nether in the comfort of my new command chair, exploiting strange new worlds, seeking out new technology and business opportunities, boldly going where no goblin has gone before? No! So I hope you got those crystals I sent you after. Hey, we could finally talk about Star Trek and it's on point.
Have a good one.
Yeah, those look rough. Maybe we can use them in the tertiary engine manifold chamber. Still, a good job, junior technician 3rd grade. You'll make it 2nd grade in no time.
Keep it real. Be good.
See that giant fissure running through Area 52? Yeah, we did that. It's yielded up all kinds of goodies for the rocket, but we're running short on equipment. We had an operation at the Arklon ruins in the southeast till the Burning Legion moved in. I need you to go use this ultra disconsolidation zapper on the ruins. Sure. This is your chance for a promotion. Don't blow it.
Keep it real. Have a good one.
Oh, I need you to take all these ether lithium crystals to the chief engineer Trepp, my chief of engineering. He should know what to do with them, and he doesn't. See to it that he finds out.
Be good.
Yeah, I found this place called Ferenginar? I don't know. Not sure what to make of it. No, I don't think I have, Hero.
Talk to me. Glad I could.
Hi, I'm a little busy here. What's that you got there?
Keep it real.
Ooh, ether lithium. Yeah, those sound important. Put them over here. I'll get to figuring them out in a moment.
Right back.
As the X-52's chief of engineering, I can see to the Nether rocket's main engines are in tip-top shape. Unfortunately, I haven't built them yet. I'm in dire straits here. I have all the parts. All I'm missing is the engine core. Luckily, we can make use of the essence from the local monorails to jumpstart the engines. They can be found near the glowing trenches in the northern part of the island. Except for Area 52, obviously.
Keep it real.
I suppose I'm explaining my point wrong, Lord Harriman. Let me try in a different angle. What if the quests never existed in WoW? What if it was just like all the old Bronze Era and Silver Era games, where there was no such thing as questing? Alright, I'm gonna go farm the southern monofields of Netherstorm. Anyone want to join me? What are you going for? I'm just trying to get a couple more mats. Now, if it's the dungeons, oh man, yeah, people would just farm dungeons over and over, probably. I probably wouldn't have even picked up the game, to be honest with you. By the time WoW came out, I was already well on my way out of the Bronze Era of MMOs. I keep on Bronze, I should call it Silver. Well out of the Silver Era of MMOs. Like, I was pretty done with that. Oh god, I forgot about that as Netherstorm. You know, Netherstorm, I'm trying to like you, but I really wish you'd stop having low drop rates for your quests. Is that something you could do for me? Please. Hey, Huthor. Huthor, I have a question for you. Actually, I have two questions. I'll ask the easy one first. If WoW never had quests, how do you think you'd find it? Like, in other words, if it launched in the state it was originally intended to be in. Just like any other Silver Age MMO. One more. Okay, next. Let's go grab these. Yes, Lord Harriman, I'm not actually being facetious. Originally, the quests were there to be tutorialization. Why you see the majority of the better designed quests in, like, the starter zones of Tirisfal Fall and Elwyn Forest. And then every other quest in the game was literally just a vector quest of, hey, here's some other zone. It has other things you can go farm. This is pretty far back. Like, this was alpha range, but still. Why does this have a cooldown? Yeah, there wasn't even going to be a story. It was just going to be like a screenshot of the game. Now you might be thinking, why? Now, I don't know for certain why they originally intended for WoW not to have a story. But I do actually have a theory. My theory is they wanted to be able to keep doing the actual Warcraft story in the games. Like, you know, Warcraft games, like a Warcraft 4 or further expansions. And so WoW is just going to be its own little side thing over there, right? And they can update or deal with that as they wanted. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but it wouldn't surprise me. Why do quest items have 30-second cooldowns? I don't remember how long WoW was in alpha. My specific memories of that timeline are kind of vague. I wasn't actually doing very well at that point in my life, historically speaking. So I would spend days burying myself in my games trying to avoid reality. I mean, that's how a lot of Silver Age games did it, Luthor. Hey, go to this zone. Why? Because there's stuff there you can hunt. Cool. Alright, what's up?
What's up?
Radiation? Nah, I don't need to worry about that. Sheesh. Things people believe these days. What do you think of our operation down here? State of the art, baby. Yeah, you better believe it.
Keep it real.
You must be the one that zapped all our equipment back to us. Hooray for you. I've already reallocated the equipment out to our other locations. Now we'll be able to expedite our fissure operations on a whole order of magnitude. The nether rocket will be completed in no time. That's odd. Did you say you got 3 things or 4? I only got 3.
Good. Have a good one.
Everyone run! The last asset's materializing! Crash, get out of there! No! Not another one of thy proteges. Rush. Uh-oh. Wagon looks unstable. It's gonna blow! I'm okay. It was just a flesh wound. That was fun. Fun? Nearly gave me a heart attack. I guess you're right, that was fun. Goblins, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, how you doing?
Eventually, goblins would get some nuance to them. In War Within. Anyways,
Keep it real.
listen, my former protege, Sparky Uberthruster, he wouldn't wear his helmet while he was down here. One day he transformed into the infamous Dr. Boom. He stole off to the northeast with our sapping equipment. He and his boom bots have been a menace ever since.
Have a good one.
Don't worry, I will defeat Dr. Doom. Boom. Boom. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to Undermine. Legitimately. I'm hopeful. But we'll see. Alright, Dr. Boom. Your time is up. So the way you're supposed to do this fight is he sends out the boom bots and they explode, so you have to reach him. It's harder to do if you're a melee, of course. It's like, okay, kind of play a little bit of Frogger here. If you're wondering, Frogger goes all the way back to Noxoramus, which is vanilla, so it's been around for a while. We're at ranged, so we're just going to do this at ranged. Have you read the Goblin short story by chance, Suthor?
Yo!
By the way, his name's Trep. Get it? Anyways. Chief Engineer Trep.
Right.
Ah, that's a lot of essence. Okay. Let's see what happens when I mix it with etherealithium.
Glad I could help.
Mix, 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 mix. Mix, 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 mix. Mix, 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 mix. Okay.
Time is money, friend. Hurry back.
That didn't do it. Okay, I got another idea. I had Zero whip up some elemental power extractors. I'm not certain exactly what the power will do, but I can use it. The sundered rumblers and warp aberrations in the ledge of the crumbling waste to the south have just what I need. The extractor will change their form into something solid. You'll be able to gather it up after you defeat them. Okay.
Keep it real.
That would be awesome, Gizlo.
Time is money,
I
friend.
hope they had actual gambling, but they won't, because, believe it or not, there's a lot of legislation for gambling mechanisms being in a game. No, I don't mean real-life gambling, I mean fictional gambling. Like, you go to the casino in Dragon Quest gambling. If you want to sell, people loot boxes, you're welcome to it. There's no legislation on that.
Be good.
In the States. Have you saved us from the depredations of Dr. Boom? I promise this time there won't be any exploding wagons, although that was a lot of fun. We should do that more often.
Have a good one.
I'll always miss Sparky, but we'll all sleep better knowing that Dr. Boom is no longer around to terrorize us. Let that be a lesson to you. Don't come down here without a helmet. I don't have a helmet.
Be good.
Anyways. So the second question. I'm having a little bit of a hard time putting a finger on the Illidan fight, specifically. I know that sounds strange, but I mean it. Like most boss fights, I've got a pretty well-defined way to look at them and say, yep, here's the fight, here's my rating, here's my everything. For some reason, I'm just having a hard time getting a handle on Illidan. Like, on the one hand, he's definitely a multi-phase fight. Something that was actually pretty rare at the time. And yeah, obviously, resistance stats don't even exist anymore. So you don't need your 4 tanks to deal with it. All of whom have done their prep work and gear work. And at least 2 of whom are the correct class. Yeah, you wanted at least 2 fire resist tanks. And you also wanted a war... Well, we did it with a warlock for phase 3. When he goes into demon form. mean, resistance gearing was still a thing in BC, as I mentioned with Mother Shazra, who does almost nothing but shadow damage. Heaven help you if you didn't bring your shadow resist.
What's up? Glad I could help.
You got the power from those elementals yet? No, don't hurry or anything. It's just my life and career on the line.
Hurry back.
Oh, that's more like it. All right, now I think we're in business. Let me just dump this stuff into the thingamajig, and sure it'll spit out a fully functioning core. Oh, hey, I guess I had to award you for saving my neck.
Keep it real.
You're welcome. I think. Is that it? But why didn't that chain? Feels like that should have chained. Well, alright, let's switch story arcs then. First, let's jot down something in case I haven't already. Nope, I have. Okay, cool. So.
Anaria Shola, we will have justice.
Did you obtain the items I asked of you? Yeah, here you go.
Keep your wits
Excellent.
about you.
With this roster, we can make more educated decisions when targeting Kale's followers at the Monoforges. It's too bad. I was beginning to take a liking to killing his lackeys indiscriminately.
Shorelaran.
Based on the roster information, we know the brains of the Monoforge operations are the Warp Masters and Warp Engineers. They oversee the retrieval of the so-called Warp Energy. Its delivery to a remote destination via a series of underground pipes. The only other specialists in the area are geologists. Everyone else is part of the military or a Magister crony. Both easily replaced. Get in there and kill his specialists. Hurt him where it'll hurt most.
Farewell. The reckoning is at hand. Remember the Sunwell.
Hale's Magisters have refined their usage of monocrystals to the point where they can siphon large amounts of energy in seconds. They do this by attuning smaller blood gem crystals to larger, fully charged ones. Go to the Monoforge and obtain one of these shards from a Magister and use it to siphon energy. Return it to me so I can study it. Don't worry. Any side effects should only be temporary.
Remember the Sunwell.
Really, Huthor? Really? Oh. Hang on. Where's my smelling salts? I think Huthor's passed out. I'll keep chewing on it. I don't know. I didn't have much of a lunch break, but during the lunch break, I was thinking about each of the bosses we went through, and I came to a pretty definitive conclusion about all of them except Illidan, and that's why I was just like, It feels like Illidan in many ways feels like a prototype for a lot of the later fights, especially the multi-phase fights, right? Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? They love their multi-phase fights. And the multi-phase fights, there's a pattern to them. There's a rhythm to them. It's usually like there's the first phase, then there's a bridge phase, then there's an escalation phase. Oh, no, sorry. No, I said that right. There's a first phase, a bridge phase, an escalation phase, and then there's like something else that just completely throws everything into the mix. Like, whoop! And for Illidan, it follows that pattern almost perfectly. The first phase is actually pretty basic. The second phase is when you start having to coordinate and make sure you're geared properly. It's also a bit of a DPS race, as those fire elementals will absolutely push through you if you don't get them down in time. That's your bridge phase. Third phase is just him being like, all right, first phase again, but worse. Then there's the throw it into the mix thing. That's when he switches into metamorphosis mode and actually starts, requiring your warlock to be on it, or whoever you do it with. Thank you for the input, Huthor. I appreciate it. I'll keep chewing on it, but I also, for the purposes of making sure to maintain accuracy, because it's me and I'm a total dorcas, I actually have been keeping track of how many positives I give which bosses exactly, so I can do side-by-side comparisons and gauge that way if I find myself stuck on someone. This is just the lore run all over again, isn't it? At this point. So most of these zones get brickwork positives, and Netherstorm will be no exception. But I think Netherstorm is one of our very, very first times we actually get honest-to-goodness visual storytelling positives. It's not just pretty, it's actually telling a tale. Because that is a monoforge. And it does exactly what it sounds like. And it's pumping all that energy through these pipes. And if you go across the whole zone, whoops, you'll actually see the paths of these pipes and where they lead. Like that one way over there, for example. Or the ones that are coming from that other one on the horizon over there. And yeah, no, the whole zone, like I said, if with modern tech, this zone would probably be literally fluid. Just... I don't know why I said literally. That's an inaccurate usage of literally. I shouldn't do that. It should be metaphorically fluid. Literally falling apart. Good afternoon, Iron Arcus. Happy Thanksgiving. Really, Huthor? I look forward to hitting Ulduar and seeing what we think about it then. I will admit, when a lot of people list their favorites when it comes to raids in this game, Ulduar comes up a lot. I have never quite agreed with that. Not in a you're dumb kind of way, more in a I don't see where you're coming from kind of a way. Ulduar was certainly experimental, and it actually gave us one of our first real examples of, what I call it, like heroic mode or something like that. I forget the formal term for it. And Lord knows it was MSQ. Literally MSQ. Like main plot territory. And yeah, Ulduar definitely has some good spectacle to it. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. I'm actually pretty familiar with Ulduar because I actually have 0 lights in the dark. In fact, actually to really make this point, I don't remember what the actual title's called anymore. I'd recognize it if I saw it. Or maybe I won't. Maybe, is that it? No. Champion of Ulduar? Is that it? I don't actually remember now. Huh. Well, I'm an idiot, but it's the one you get for doing Ulduar 25 without anybody dying. So. Did I get a crystal? I didn't even... Oh, I did actually get a crystal. Whoops, I'm stupid. Yeah, no one die. I actually have both the Nobody Die in Noxramas and the Nobody Die in Ulduar titles. You can't get those anymore. Death's Demise? Is that it? I don't see that. Legacy, maybe? Well, there's Astral Walker. I earned that one, by the way. A little later. Champion of Ulduar. Okay, so Champion of Ulduar is 10 man without dying. Now I'm something to second guessing myself. There's Undying. Did I only get 10 man? It looks like I actually only got 10 man. Sorry, I was wrong. I got the 10 man Nobody Die in Ulduar raid achieved. That makes more sense, actually, in hindsight. Oh god, Hodier hard mode is just... Yeah, that's just irritating is what that is. Yeah, I guess I don't have it. Wow. That makes sense, though, now that I'm searching my memories a little bit clearer. Because so, okay. What I was thinking in the middle of that was... I noticed the music just stopped again. Game. What's with this? So I've given several complaints about BC raiding, and almost all of those complaints boil down to my fellow raiders were idiots. And so any fight where one person can screw up the raid, usually one person would, and then we'd die, right? And that used to frustrate me to no end. Now, it's not like Wrath doesn't have those kind of fights. But by the time Wrath came along, at least in this server, I don't know if this is true on other servers, the concept of the guild was on its way out, and the concept of the team was on its rise. So you wouldn't raid with people in your guild, you'd raid with people in your team, and teams would be the ones that would recruit, right? And that continued for at least into Kata, because I also did a little bit of raiding in Kata in Twilight Bastion. So I actually had a good team, is what I'm trying to get at. We had a good, solid 10-man team. And that was exactly as awesome and fun as it sounds. Having a 9 other competent players to actually be like, hey, let's do stuff. That was cool, and I enjoyed that. So I have much more fond experiences of my Wrath raiding. Not because the fights are necessarily better, but because the players I was playing with were.
The dark times will pass. The reckoning is at hand.
You're one reliable fellow. If there's one thing I like more than killing Kale's lapdogs, it's having someone else do it for me. Less blood on my clothes that way.
Shorelaran.
I was having a friendly discussion with the Aldor while you were gone. Monoforges sure look like modified Naro technology from the Tempest Keep. Apparently most Naro constructs have certain safeguards that allow them to be permanently disabled. The procedure is usually initiated at a control console. Lo and behold, according to the Rostu secured, such a crystal is in the possession of a fellow named Overseer Theridris. Obtain it, see what you can do.
Farewell.
A new Belore Delinar.
Just as I suspected. Exposure to this level of raw energy greatly magnifies our innate addiction to magic. I'm not surprised Kale gets away with what he does. All his subordinates are basically drunk on this.
Hold your head high.
And that's a very small but critical bit of storytelling there. In addition to the fact that Kael'thas is, turning the Farallon Plains into this nightmare, there's also the fact that he literally has his own, and I do mean literally this time, has his own troops all drunk at all times. And these are people who were mana-starved until recently. So it also could partially explain why the Scryers managed to differentiate themselves more. They either left before the drunkening was happening, or, also likely, simply them being out of this area allowed them to sober up, which then allowed them to get away with it. And this is the promised land right here. This is it. Constantly drunk on mana. There's something wonderfully appropriate about that. No, it's brilliantly horrifying, honestly. It's one of the reasons I wanted to do this on my Blood Elf. Because this is the Blood Elf we had all the way back in Eversong, if you remember. And we were told several times in Eversong, yeah, we're going to get to, the Promised Land. It's going to be great. Kael'thas has made this new land for us. It's going to be awesome. And they even talked it up in Hellfire Peninsula. There is one major plot problem there, and that plot problem is named Kael'thas. It's actually a twofer, to be quite honest with you. So first of all, Kael'thas himself is heavily retconned here. Now, you know me, retcons are not inherently bad. I think this one probably qualifies, though. Kael'thas went from being a generally good aligned character, who was interesting and nuanced and well acted and had a whole thing going for him, and then he turned into... They pulled a Kel'Thuzad on him, put simply. So that sucks. So that's the first thing. What do we think of Kael'thas? I'll just jot down Kael'thas really quick here. I should also jot down this. Up. No, you don't. Like, it is pretty much straight-up character assassination. Even if it's explained, and it is in both the Chronicles book and the Illidan book, First of all, we're not reviewing those books. And second of all, frankly, in the game, it's just kind of, huh? Which leads me to my second point. Regardless of our feel about what they do with Kael'thas, there's a negative I am going to give. Because it's a really weird one. Follow with me, okay? I know a lot of you haven't really been following along with the individual moment-to-moment quests, and I understand. Not everyone has that kind of attention span. Not everyone's watching as long as I am. You know, but this particular playthrough, I've been doing something, and part of this is because of, we have a lot of viewers who are new to this game, and part of this is because it's my freaking job. I am reviewing the game. But I've been paying attention to the information that we are given and when we're given it. Because that's how we divine stuff, right? You know, if the answer to any given lore question is, go look it up somewhere, you have screwed up somewhere, right? So I've been paying attention to what they've been doing with regards to their exposition. And check this out, okay? So, we go from the starter zone of the Blood Elves. Immediate, and just everything's falling apart. We're barely holding things together. We're barely struggling to survive, and we have no control of our own environment anymore. Okay, cool. Next zone, Eversong Forest proper. Okay. Everything's falling apart. We're beset by enemies from all sides. The things that used to be allies aren't anymore, and we have to actually turn against our own in order to keep going. And we're shutting down our own infrastructure because we can't maintain it anymore. But it's okay, because Kael's got our back. Kael'thas is going to get our back. He's already sent us Ma'uru. Technically, you don't see that now, but that was in the game. And he's gonna lead us onto the Promised Land. We just have to find him in Outland. We just need to survive long enough to get to Outland. Then there's Ghostlands, where we did our whole thing against the Scourge, fought against that, joined the Horde. Cool. Then we get to Hellfire Peninsula. And the Blood Elves are like, yes, we must make this pilgrimage. It's going to be amazing. We're going to go to the Promised Land. The mana will be risen up from the very ground itself. Everything's going to be fantastic. We make our way over to the outpost, the Falcon's Watch. People are having issues. Most of the Blood Elves are not making the trip. Most of them actually can't make the trip. And then the pilgrimage stops right there, and it's never mentioned again. What happened to all the Blood Elves who were making the pilgrimage? We could make up something, but the game itself doesn't continue that thread at all, ever. The pilgrimage just stops at Falcon's Watch in the first zone. Maybe they died. Maybe they joined Kael'thas' forces. Maybe they joined the forces at Shattrath, the Sha'tar. But it just stops, dead. Then, we do Zangarmarsh. Zangarmarsh has nothing to do with that, but we notice that there's Lady Vosh, who is an ally of Kael'thas. We don't know that, though. Let's just cover the game itself. So there's this Naga thing going on in Zangarmarsh. It's whatever. Then we go down to Shattrath, and the very first thing we learn upon going to Shattrath is that Illidan's subservient, Kael'thas, launched an army to conquer Shattrath and kill everyone there. But those Blood Elves were the best and the brightest, and they turncoated and joined the forces of good. Do you see the problem immediately? Because we go from Kael'thas is our leader and our one hope is going to save us, and he stays that way, and then he stays that way, and then with no transition whatsoever between Hellfire Peninsula and Shattrath, he's suddenly the enemy. And from that point onward, the entire game treats him like he's the enemy. No, exactly, Huthor. Now, I guarantee you this is just a lack of coordination amongst the writing team, because we know that. We know that objectively. We know that they weren't talking with each other because of all the other reasons we've talked about a few thousand times. But even... yeah, no, that could have been a huge moment, right? Like, imagine, we get to Shattrath. Imagine if the pilgrimage kept going to Shattrath, right? And our first few quests there, we're talking to the Blood Elves, and they're like, oh, thank God we're here. Phew. And then one of the scryers comes out, and they're like, oh, yes, you're one of Kael'thas's. Yes, please tell us, are we close? Are we closer to the Promised Land? And the scryer is like, let me tell you a story. What do you mean? Hang on, I'm going to wait for a few more people to show up, and I need to tell you all in a group. And then they tell us, hey, the truth about Kael'thas, and it's like, what? Because for the player, that would be the big reveal. For 3 zones, Kael'thas has been built up to be like the thrall of the Blood Elves, right? The leader that they all venerate. There's statues of him in Silvermoon, for God's sakes. And so it's like, okay, we're going to make this happen. And then at the end of the Scryer's speech, when he informs us of the truth of Kael'thas's reality, there could even be a bit where he says, all right, could you go ahead and move forward, please? Don't worry, we've got refuge, we've got beds, we've got food. We'll figure this out, don't worry. What should we do? I don't know. We've got people to help deal with that. There could be a quest chain dealing with that. But mention there that this is like the 5th time he's given this speech in the last week. That he just keeps having to tell new bundles of people, hey, there's no promised land. Oh my god. You know, just make a thing of that. Make it horrifying, and then add that, like, quiet background horror. Because it helps us to emphasize on a personal level, but also on a cultural level. The elves have been holding on to this for so long as, like, their one thing. As the thing that's actually keeping them together. And, okay, it was always a lie. I'm not going to lean into, like, elves should be committing suicide kind of a thing. Only the Forsaken commit suicide in this setting. But no, I mean, like, there should be, like, camps of blood elves who are just there, who are just like, I don't know what to do anymore. I mean, we can't go home. Right? Can we just go home? What home? Our village was such and such. Hang on. Let me just pull a random name out here. What home? You talking about Golden Mist? You want to go home to Golden Mist? Or how about Sun Crown? They're all gone. This was it. I sold everything I owned to make this trip. How are we going to manage? You know, just turn it into a thing. But then, hang on. Follow through on this. Because A, I would have some elves continue on the pilgrimage. So then we see them up here. This is one of the only actual outposts in the entire zone for friendly forces. So imagine the pilgrimage continues, and there's some elves here. And, you know, we've got the Aldor and the Scryers here, the Shatari, who are, like, greeting them. And some of them are just like, I don't understand. This is my great paradise? This blasted hellscape? I almost fell into a hole in the ground on my way here. A hole that wasn't there 5 minutes before. And I would also have several of them back in town. Like, some of them start to end up thinking about joining the Shattered Sun offensive. Because they're just that pissed. They're that pissed at Kael'thas in particular that they just decide to to switch. Okay, fine, I can deal with that. Sign me the hell up. And I would also have probably at least one last quest chain here in the Netherstorm of maybe 1 or 2 or 3 blood elves who just refuse. They just absolutely refuse to believe it. I didn't make this entire trip for nothing, okay? I have traipsed my way across a broken and dying hostile continent. I am going to go find Kael'thas, and I'm going to find my promised land. And, like, that chain would go... So, for those who don't know, Netherstorm's structure is like, it's Monoforge, 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 Monoforge. And the quest kind of goes the quests all kind of go counterclockwise throughout the zone. So at each step, there would be a little bit more development of that story, of the Blood Elves who refused to let go of that dream. And by the end, they'd all be dead. Or all but one of them would be dead, because they weren't ready for this. Or they were chewed up and spit out. Or maybe one of them is one we end up killing in a Monoforge. You don't understand. I need this. It's all I have left. Anyways, negative the story. Probably. Like, admittedly, what I'm describing is more like a modern quest chain. But I think they could do that, and I think they would do that. They just couldn't or didn't. No, not you. I don't care about you. I'm really sick of this lack of music problem.
The eternal sun guides us.
So. And yes, that's correct, Ironarchus. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. But yes, most people weren't even aware of the alternate thing Illidan was going to feed the elves. Did the plan work? I was half expecting you to get blown up, to tell you the truth.
Keep your wits about you.
Of course it worked. I'm a spy master. My information is always accurate. Anyway, I have a whole new exciting job for you. You want to hear about it? Of course you do.
Remember the sun well.
While you were gone, my men uncovered another one of those Monoforges. It is east of here, known as Monoforge Koru. Two of my best spies arranged a secret landing spot outside the Monoverge, here to help them infiltrate and obtain what info they can. Okay.
We will have
I
justice.
can do that. Yeah, I heard, Magister. That's negative worthy, frankly. Bug. Music in Netherstorm. That sucks. But no, I agree with you completely, Huthor. Like you say, there is a gap in the pilgrimage storyline. Like an entire act. Remember when we dealt with the entire quest chain to do with the druids? And Pethelian killing off the druids? That's right about where that particular quest chain should have existed. Right there. It's like, hey, the Blood Elves just murdered a bunch of innocent druids out of petty spite. And also, they're trying to kill off Shatrith. I can't remember which one this is. But anyways, that would have been the moment, right? That would have been when you do it, and you have the arc where the Blood Elves, the Silvermoon Blood Elves, realize exactly what has happened to their Sun Fury comrades. Former comrades. Okay, this is just pissing me off. Thank you, Atrocious. I apologize for rambling too long. I know not everyone likes that. We'll do this one. Welcome, priest. Try not to give her position away. We wouldn't last long if Kale's cronies sniff us out. Infiltrating the ranks of Kale's army will not be an easy task. With my knowledge of illusionary magic, I could pass you off as one of Kale's followers, but there's certain details in the uniform I couldn't actually replicate. Bring me a set of their robes, a pair of gloves, and a guardsman medallion. That'll make the results of my magic much more convincing. You got it. Hey, what's up, duh? Hey, what's up, duh? You'll see also why I've been so careful to try, although I know I fail, to distinguish between Sun Fury and Blood Elf. It's a distinction that should exist, and arguably does exist, but the game itself doesn't really go out of its way to emphasize. One of my favorite tidbits of that, Huthor, is actually the Play World Quest, or the Play event, where you portray the revolt against the Keeper, who was misusing them. The theater, yeah. Now, that sounds like a weird thing to pull out, but I bring that up because their abuse and misuse is so ingrained into them as a species that it's become entertainment. They actually have stories about how much they were misused as tools. And yeah, the acting's obviously terrible, of course. And of course, every time I have it happen, I've got that frickin' dude who shows up like, oh, I'm your biggest fan. Yeah, thanks. Can I get an autograph? Yeah, fine, here. Yes, this is why I was getting pissed. This is good music. I suppose we should go and give it a positive for music, and then a negative for the bug, at the fact that it's not frickin' playing. Have you obtained the outfit pieces? Excellent. When I'm through with you, you'll be able to slip in unnoticed. I've prepared the uniform. It's magically enhanced. We spotted Commander Dawnforge going to meet High Arcanist Ardonis a few minutes ago. He had a full retinue of guards, so whatever they're discussing is bound to be important. See if you can catch it. Oh, stay away from the arcane golems. They'll see right through the illusion. What are you hiding? Oh god, that one's just really, really messed up, Huthor. But yes, I am fully aware of the one you're referencing there. Yeah, love is a defect. Anyways, yeah, sorry, Primarch, sorry. It's good stuff. Let's just summarize. It's good stuff. WoW has deliberately and noticeably kicked up its writing quality. Not its presentation quality. That's been pretty high for a while, but its writing quality. So let me explain in detail. So there's this one quest, right? Where this guy's like, I like pie! That's it. That's the quest. Ten out of 10. Yeah, Metzen came on pretty far into War Within. Okay. Let's just do that really quick. Oh my god, did anyone see what happened to the Arcane Annihilator? How strange. Anyways, don't mind me. We need you to send reinforcements to Monoforge Duro. This is not a request, it's an order. You can't be serious. We're severely understaffed and can barely keep the Monoforge functional. You'll do as ordered. Monoforge Duro has come under heavy attack by Mono creatures, and the situation is out of control. Failure to comply will not be tolerated. Indeed, it is not a request. My lord! Hey, look! It's Pathelion. Duro will be reinforced. Ultras was a complete disaster. I will not have that mistake repeated. We've had way too many setbacks. Hellfire Citadel, Fallen Sky Ridge, Firewing Point. Prince Kael'thas will tolerate no further delays. I will tolerate nothing other than complete success. I'm returning to Tempest Keep. See to it I do not have reason to return. Yes, my lord. See to it, Ardonis. Forest merely setback. How goes the eavesdropping? Monoforge Duro's in trouble. I'm sure Thaladian will love to hear the news. Let's wrap up here first. He told me of your success in disabling Benar. He expects a repeat performance here and asks us to keep an eye for anyone using a crystal. Overseer Ceylana holds the crystal, we're sure of it. Go back in and kill them horribly. Well, okay. I do like killing people horribly. One little tidbit I do like about the Netherstorm escalation is the first Monoforge we see is in perfect condition, with no real issues, right? Then there's the second Monoforge, which is not doing well and is kind of falling behind. I kind of breezed over this, but outside, if you're paying attention, the place is under attack almost constantly, so most of the Blood Elves are actually defending the place rather than actually operating the forge. The third Monoforge we've already heard about is falling apart actively right now, and they referenced another Monoforge which has already fallen apart. I like how it gets across the idea that the bad guys aren't nearly as stable as they portray themselves to be. Like, that happens usually in fiction, right? Where the bad guys are just on top of everything until we show up. Here it's more like, they're like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. And you could just feel them scrambling. Which makes sense, considering what we know now. They're not here for a permanent solution. They don't care about destroying the Netherstorm, the Farallon Plains. And they don't care if these forges are on the verge of falling apart, because they just need all of this energy, and they need it right now. Got some notes while I wait for respawns. Yeah, no, they are exactly out of their depth as they look like. It's not like the Blood Elves are inexperienced when it comes to magic and technology. but they have no idea what they're in for here. Also, remember, these are all the drunk elves. They should make drunk elves a playable race. I used to hate doing this quest and missing like one guy and having to restart the whole cooldown. They're called monks. Ah! I can't even argue that. Yes, and I have definitely given it a negative, I think. Let me double check that here. Yep, there it is. Negative 124. Yeah, I've given a couple of negatives. What do you want from me? Have you completed your task yet? We heard the commotion, and we're just about to leave. Glad to see you didn't take too bad of a beating. It would be best if this information gets back as quickly as possible. I'll stay here to cover my tracks. Oh yeah, by the way, real quick aside, just a very, very, very minor gameplay and story integration thing. So, the Aldor and the Scryers are all in competition in every zone except for this one and the next one. Here, as you're doing the quests for the Shatari, you gain rep with the Shatari, the Aldor, and the Scryers all at the same time. I always thought that was a nice little tidbit. You do not cease to amaze me. That was quite a feat of strength you pulled off. Excuse me, a feat of stealth you pulled off at Monoforge Koru. So Monoforge Duro is under attack and Sun Fury forces have lost control. Oh, what a dilemma. If Duro goes down, the Tempest Keep goes down. Only drawback is, if Tempest Keep is destroyed, the explosion will probably take what little remains of this Forsaken Land with it. Dead Kael'thas is good. Dead everyone else is not that great, I suppose. It pains me to ask you to do this, but go to Monoforge Duro and shut it down before it goes up in flames. The access crystal is held by this guy. The news you've discovered is fortunate. Not only do you get to waltz into Monoforge Duro unfettered, but it presents a great opportunity to deal blow to Kael's army. Use the Mono Creature Assault to your advantage and pick off any Sun Fury stragglers you run into. I do not take particular glee in the senseless slaughter of my own kin the way Thelodian here does, but the tactical advantage is too high to pass up. Also, I'm just going to give everyone PTSD really quick. Okay, that's it. Moving on. So, here you'll notice... Oh, hang on. Let me just kill a bunch of people real quick. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, God, why? Sorry. So here you'll notice they're actively fighting the nether creatures and the abyssal things all over the place all the time. It's actually kind of, I shouldn't say all the time, but there's a very strong periodic attack thing going on here. And they've got troops all over the place and almost no solid defenses. You'll also notice that this soldier here is guarding from anything coming out from inside the forge. They have completely lost control of the forge itself here, as you can see. Idiots. Yeah, things have gotten bad. There's your visual storytelling, by the way. Wouldn't be a BC zone without visual storytelling. love how dramatic blood elves are when they die. Blah. Let's start the shutdown. Hey, Spartan. How was dinner? We were on the third Monoforge, the one where things have really started going to pot. And now we wait for 2 minutes. Home. Home. While we're here, can I just say, I've only gotten a little bit of time with Void Reaver, but I already love it to death. That's it. A Mana Forge. Does it forge mana? Or does it forge things with mana? Interestingly enough, to my knowledge, the Mana Forge doesn't forge anything at all. But I can't explain exactly what the Mana Forge does. So, we'll actually see this in a later quest. I'm surprised they haven't talked about it yet. So these used to be engines. These buildings here, these were Naru engines on the Naru's ships. They were designed by their very nature to draw in ambient energy from the nether in order to power them, a way to kind of refill their fuel on the fly, right? So the Blood Elves managed to figure out how to repurpose these things and plant them in the ground and draw in the ambient energy of the nether around them. Because Outland is just kind of out floating in the nether, right? It's not in space. That has been the cause of all of the damaging, terrible stuff that's been happening across the whole zone. And why the zone looks like it's about ready to fall apart and crumble into the void. So if you give me a second, I can show this off as soon as this frickin' countdown finishes. So Pax has actually been playing a Diabolist, and he loves it. The Twisting Nether and the Nether are the same thing, for all intents and purposes. It's just less time spent talking about it. Let's go with yes, Primarch. That's a good way to put that. So here, let me show you what I'm showing you here. So this is what it actually looks like, Lord Harriman. And as you can see, it's just pouring in all that energy from the air, from the ether, and just channeling it into the forge. And then the forge channels that out into those pipes. And those pipes pump absolutely ludicrous amounts of energy out into wherever they're going. And if you pay attention to the landscape here, I'll do a quick tour here. You can see that these pipes intersect for quite a bit. There was one that was under a river, which obviously isn't there anymore. There's those pipes off in the distance over there. You can't even see it probably. Those pipes head over to these pipes go over to these. And the whole thing kind of intersects around here. And every single pipe, except for those ones which are mysteriously empty over there. I wonder what's going on over there. Anyways, all of the pipes except for the empty ones all channel and shunt to the same spot. This central trunk. This trunk goes right into that. We'll talk about that more in a bit. But that's all you need to know right now about the Mana Forges. The design in Netherstorm was definitely top-notch. If I might be so bold, I think Shadow Moon also had very high design to it as well. Like I said, Blizzard are really good at their visual design when they throw themselves into it. Especially Hellscapes. It's a weird subset of quality, but here it is. FromSoft can do swamps, Blizzard can do hellscapes. Yeah, that's a good way to put that, Lord Harriman. An extremely dangerous, unstable, not designed to do it that way, nuclear reactor. There's a reason why we're shutting these things down. It's not just to shut off the juice. It's because these are a danger to the surrounding environment, obviously, but, like, if these things blow up, it's bad, and I can prove that because, well, there's that one over there. Hey, Mr. Red. We'll talk about those for a second. Yeah, we went from Westfall to this nightmare scape. Like, there's chunks of rock So it's not really portrayed in the way it probably should be. The reason those rocks are floating isn't because, like, the atmosphere is wrong. They're being ripped out into the nether. They're losing cohesion with the rest of the continent. We keep mentioning this. It just needs to be imparted. This place is literally falling apart. Look at all the chunks of rock. Giant chasms of where the rivers used to be. Yeah, they're being removed from present reality. Look at this. Just look at all this debris. This used to be a single landmass right here. Look, it's not nostalgia if it was good, okay? I'm sorry. It's not how that works. Nostalgia is regardless of quality. That's why they call it nostalgia. You've done well. Kael'thas' army will not soon recover from the blow you've dealt today. Also, very, very minor aside. Yes, it does, because, like, we'll get there soon. Don't worry. Almost all of the scryers refuse to call him Prince. They just call him Kael or Kael'thas. Just interesting. We've recently been contacted by a Sun Fury magistrate who wished to join our ranks and swears he has information we're in need of. We've checked our informants to make sure he's not a double agent. He checks out. He's stationed in Monoforge Aura, which makes communication difficult. Talk to him, see what he knows. Okay. That makes 3 Monoforges you've shut down. Kael'thas must be having a real fit right about now. You've done much better than any of us have anticipated. Aura is the last of his working Monoforges. You'll find it northwest of here, although you'll likely have to do some circumnavigating to get to it. We want you to shut it down. The last crystal is in possession of Overseer Arazad. This is Kael's last source of energy as far as we know, so expect heavy opposition. Arazad, what a weird name for a Sindarai. I wouldn't worry about it. Okay, so I have 2 answers to that question, Huthor. But why don't you answer me? So this is actually a funny little tidbit back in the day. Here's your destination right there. Just get to it without a flying mount. You know, to make this clear, you would have to go all the way over here to that bridge way down. Hang on. Way over here. I can't even do it. Whatever. To this bridge. Then head this way. Hang on. Go over to this bridge. Head over this way. Hey, Rama. Happy Freedom Day? That was in July. And then go this bridge, and then we could get here. Getting here on foot was a pain, is what I'm trying to get across. It was not pleasant, yo. Hi. It's about time you showed up. I was beginning to wonder if the Scryers were interested at all. As you may have noticed, there's servants of the Burning Legion all over Monoforge Aura. Kael'thas has entered an alliance with the Burning Legion. He must have caught wind of Illidan's descent into insanity and switched paymasters accordingly. This plot twist comes out of absolutely nowhere, by the way, and is not properly set up at all. In fact, it isn't even properly paid off at all until Keldanis. So this is just kind of a, huh? Yeah, sorry everyone, Kael'thas is actually working for the Burning Legion. What? If the Scryers get definitive proof of this, it will give them considerable political advantage. I know for a fact the Legion forces at this Monoforge have orders that bear his seal. Okay, sure. Oh, dude, the Outline Cup was great. I cannot believe I didn't finish doing it. I need to finish doing all my flying at some point, but whatever. So yeah, there's just demons in here. Did you catch that little tidbit? How strange. That's a strange name for an elf. As if he didn't know that they were already working with the Legion. Come on, guys. Come on, work with me here. Like, that's not... Whatever. This is the point I already complained about earlier. I don't have anything else to add to this. Oh, dude, that track was mean, Huthor. I know the one you're talking about. It was so easy to get caught, like going through the little circle things and the dome's energy projectors. Ugh. It's pretty rough, Mr. Ed. I would love to get a real group for doing the dungeons, though. I even did a tech test to figure out how to make it actually happen. Believe it or not. I know, Huthor. I've heard some people think I'm being exaggerative when I say that dragon flying is one of the single best things this game has ever added. I'm really not. Dragon flying single-handedly revitalized so much of this game. And as I've been showing, even past tense. Like, obviously, some may disagree with me with regards to questing and Outland and Wrath and whatever with dragon flying. But I love the option. And, as is just pointed out, a lot of these zones really feel designed for dragon flying. And then you have the races. And it's like, dude, yes. Just in my face. Just right there. Okay. I'm really looking forward to the drive system, the car. We'll see what they do, but I mean, if any game could pull off that kind of speed, it's WoW. FF14 wouldn't be capable of doing that kind of racing because it literally doesn't have the netcode for it. Most MMOs don't. I mean, they've already said flat out they're doing driving races, just like dragon flying races. Lotro did try, and I happen to know for a fact that you have played around with, God, I can't remember, the mounted combat thing, whatever they called it. Warhorse, I think? Based on that, I could reasonably say you probably had a light mount at some point in time, the one that could go the fastest. I did not know that, Huthor. That's hysterical. Yeah, I like the idea of having a whole war mount and having it be a whole other different like layer of customization and gameplay. But war mounts were awful. War Within added one new allied race, which is the Earthen. I mean, you know that's going to happen, Gizlek, right? We're going to be like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess I'll go back to my normal flight. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Also, so Gizlek just mentioned something that I want to show off briefly, if that's okay. So one of the biggest flaws of dragon flying is that when you go back to old flying, it feels like this. It's just so much slower. In fact, it is literally about a quarter the speed. I have an add-on that'll track your actual speed in the game. And yeah, this is just... Yeah, I do keep banging on about the fact that it's a toggle and that it's an option, and I stand by all that, but I kind of can't go back to old flying anymore, you know? Yeah, every once in a blue moon, I'll switch to old flying just to do something precise, or because, you know, I'm AFKing or moving in a direction or whatever. But yeah, this, nah, I'm good. I had years of this. Oh, Jesus, that's me start. I just played through Dawn Trail, and you know what kept going through my head? Oh, this is so slow. The whole time. That's just what I kept thinking the whole time. Oh my god. It probably didn't help that, you know, I didn't start off with flying, so I'd be doing the actually slow ground-mountedness. Then, you know, I get the flight, and it's like, hey, it's still really slow. Oh my god. Oh, this quest sucks. Only demons drop the orders from Kael'thas. Demons are by far in the minority of enemies around here. And, they don't respawn very quickly. Oh no, Huthor, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Here it comes. Here's the whammy. Drifting around Dalaran. I mean, I'd be down. It's the only way to make Dalaran and Shareth good. I mean, we need a Dalaran Sewers race. Come on. By the way, as a reminder, no WoW Within spoilers. Let's just push that out there. We have several people who haven't played War Within yet. Did I say WoW Within? Whoops. War Within. The WoW Within. As it should be. Okay, let's turn these in. Sure. Okay. Whoops. Hang on. For years, I was convinced we were doing the right thing in Silvermoon, working to reach Outland so we could be reunited with Kael. Had I known what Kael'thas had in store for us, I would have stayed right in Falconwing Square. Yeah, it would have been nice to actually see that on camera somewhere, but, you know. Burning Legions is in cahoots with Kael? Ha! Vorenthal's gonna have a field day. Why didn't you already know that? Do you think the thousands of pilgrims that came from Azeroth want to be allied with the Burning Legion? I think... Yeah, where are those pilgrims? Sorry, I'll let it go. No, it was just a purge, Master. I was just purging. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. This is big. Vorenthal's going to want to hear about this as soon as possible. I don't want you to send you to Vorenthal empty-handed. It's not my style to be underwhelming. So, to gain access to Sacrastar's Theat in the north, we'll need to use his own teleporters, locked by his teleportation in stone. First half of the stone is in the possession of Forge Master Morgu, and the second is this. Okay, got it. Go. Go get teleport spots. That. Listen, they don't call it WoW Within Craft. Although, honestly, oh, I shouldn't even talk about that. Let's just say the theme of the latest expansion is appropriate. I'll just leave that at that. World. Oh, right now that makes sense. Well, so far I'm reasonably positive about Netherstorm. More than I thought it would be anyways. We haven't gotten to the point of a gameplay positive yet, but we're definitely got several story ones. How did I learn of WoW? I don't know. I have no memory of that. Whoops. I got in on WoW pretty much as the ground floor as I possibly could. Like, unless I was literally working for Blizzard at the time. I'm not sure. I'd love to hear your guys' answers to that question. Like, when did you become aware of WoW? Like I said, I got into the early alpha, when there were 2 races and 2 classes. Do not cease to amaze me. Good thing you're on our side. Now continue to chat with properly. You've uncovered evidence of Kael'thas making pacts with the Legion, and you've got the key to the Overlord's back door. Make sure he doesn't topple over with excitement from the news. The old man's getting a bit fragile, if you know what I mean. Do I have to go all the way back to chat? Okay, fine. Ironically, I have a stronger memory of when I became aware of Warcraft 3. I don't remember which magazine it was, but it was one of the various gaming magazines that were very common back in the day. And I was doing an interview about how exactly Warcraft 3 was going to be completely different from StarCraft. That was back when Warcraft 3 was going to be a squad-based, behind-the-camera RTS kind of a thing. No base building, no resource management to speak of. Just you controlled your units. And in fact, the camera looked pretty much like this. Like, this is what the game looked like, as you're about back here, and you would control your squad. And I was like, wow, that sounds and looks so cool. You have no idea what this means to the Scryers. You'll have to excuse me while I catch my breath and assess the situation. This is the chance we've been waiting for. Not only have we uncovered evidence we need to show our people who Kael'thas is really working for, we can prove our strength by defeating his new masters. My frail health prevents me from aiding you in person, but I will offer you an object that will allow me to project my power across the continent. And this is the Socrathar quest. Not the hardest of the 5-mans, but... well, maybe it is the hardest of the 5-mans. The 5-man quests. This was one of those quests where even if we had a 5-man, it wasn't a guarantee we could actually manage it. Go ahead, make fun. I'm okay with it. How did I become aware of WoW? Really, Kisley? Oh. I mean, Socrathar... I don't want to say he was a Draenei, because that's not accurate. It's more like he was an Eridar. We'll talk more about Socrathar when it comes to Warlords. Hey, who's this Arthas dude they keep banging on about? One thing I find funny, I used to be really proud of the fact that I got in so early in the alpha, and I guess I still am. But I know a fairly large number of people who got into the alphas and betas of WoW. I went back and looked into this 2-3 years ago, something like that. It turns out Blizzard did something kind of unprecedented at the time. They really cast the net wide when it came to beta invites, which was probably the right call, honestly. But what's really funny is I don't think they realized how much of a right call that was. Remember, one of the things that WoW has going for it most is its broad appeal. But almost none of that broad appeal was really intended, right? It just kind of coincidenced into that. So a lot of people became aware of it, and it was a game for a lot of people. Huh. Anyways, here's Socrathar. Alright, so he's dead. This guy was mean. He had boss mechanics and everything. I guess. Alright, is this it? No. Oh, there we go. I didn't have the item. There we go. Hey, 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 hey. Okay, he's dead. We're good. Oh, there were Gizla. 100%. You faced Drula. Eredar Lord of the Ground. Punk. God, Netherstorm looks so cool. I might have to increase those positives. Oh, nice, Hero. Good to know. Where is it? Sadly, yes, Udor. I mean, BC... This is still a 32-bit client, I think, back in BC. Don't quote me on that. Does this turn in all the way back at Shareth? Okay, I'm not doing that right now. So, that was actually that chain. That was the Monoforges and Sokwathar. I know it kind of ran through that, but I do like that story arc. So, plus the story for that. And... let me look up something really quick. So he has... Nah, okay. So I was double-checking something. Let's help the consortium out, shall we? It's our second time interacting with them. You don't happen to be available for a recovery mission of some importance. Our leader, Nexus Prince Haramad, has tasked me with the acquisition of a crystal artifact from the Arcleon ruins to the southeast. They're old Draenei ruins. Unfortunately for both myself and the Goblin here, the Burning Legion has decided to move in and perform their own excavation. If you're willing to help me, go to the ruins and take the artifact from a dreadlord named Pentatheron. Hey, Zach Taft. Happy Thanksgiving 2.0. I hope we're not blurging out too badly. It's okay to blurg a little bit. We all gotta blurg a little bit sometimes, right? There's the crystal. I get the impression the prince is looking for a particular crystal, but I'm not sure which it is. Have you already recovered one from the Dreadlord? Doesn't seem to be anything special about it. I doubt this is it. No, I'm not doing Codex. I'll leave so you can group for it. Just, there you go. Yeah. I've already recovered... blah, blah, blah. I doubt this is it, though the manner in which you describe the Burning Legion's activities, it sounds as if they're searching for something as well. Let's hope it's not the crystal the Nexus Prince wants so badly. It's totally not the crystal we already dealt with all the way back down in Shadowmoon, and will never come up again until, well, Legion. There's something else I want your help with. A group of ethereals known as the Zaxxas have cut off relations with the Consortium and gone to business for themselves. They've even cut deals with the Sun Fury. This will not be tolerated. I infiltrated their group at the Heap to the south, but after I took out their leader, I had to escape. Could you go down there and rip out their insignias? Of course, not all of them wear them, because they're cowards. Of course they don't have a 100% drop rate. Why would they be? Ridiculous. Nonsensical, one might even say. Here. That's further north than I thought it was. Okay. To the Heap. I remember this particular quest taking a while. Then again, it might have been because I usually did these in a group. Okay. I thought I was lagging. Hey guys, you probably shouldn't have joined the evil side. Pro tip. Atoms are not considered a 100% drop rate. You mouse over the thing, it says, sure enough, not every single one of them is wearing one. Cowards. Oh, I know why I remember this spot. This is where I used to farm these things because this turns into a repeatable, doesn't it? To game Consortium rep. Oh my god, Consortium rep. Oh god, memories. Oh, bad. Bad, bad memories. The horror. I got myself thinking, what is the worst rep grind I've actually done in this game? Because I've done a lot of really bad ones. Now, objectively, it's probably the frickin' Furbogs or Hydraxian, you know, one of the vanilla reps. But I have to admit, I have particularly bad memories of the Consortium, like I just mentioned. And, Suramar, of all things. Oh, that's got an asterisk attached to it. Is it done? Have you wiped out the Zaxxas scum from the face of Outland? These are a good start. Unfortunately, while you were at the heap, one of my other agents told me that Warp Raider Nassad still lives. Warp Raider Nassad must be dealt with. I have no idea how he survived my attack, but he cannot be allowed to continue his operation. Go back and take him out. Don't feel like I did. Okay. Yeah, Timbermaw was bad. Winter Spring was bad. Here's one most of you don't even remember. Hinterlands. You see that scrapped Fell Reaver over there? Ain't that a thing of beauty? I want its heart! What? Of course it has a heart. What doesn't? He looks indignant for a moment. Look, go over there, pry it open, and bring what I want. I'll give you a nice find his feet. Oh, take a friend or two. There's some Zaxxas there. Okay, sure. Nope, there was just a rep for the Hinterlands. It was like the Wildhammer Dwarves or whatever. That was it. That was the rep. It gave you absolutely nothing. It was literally a tech demo. It was there to test the very existence of a reputation system. I don't remember when they got rid of it, but yeah, it was 100% nothing. Well, look at that. A beating Fell Reaver heart. I mean, it's not really beating, but you know what I mean. Can't wait to put this thing to good use, or maybe sell it? I know a few sucker clients that might be interested. Here, take your pay. Thanks. Did this guy respawn yet? Nope. Well, I'm gonna give up on this immediately. Whee! Oh god, the frickin' Buccaneers. Objectively speaking, the Buccaneers are probably the actual worst rep in the game. Still. Oh god, the unarmored epic bounce. I remember that. Horses in my case, because I was a human. Those ethereal clowns are as opportunistic as us. I'll give them that. but no one, and I mean no one, moves in on a boom claim. The heap is ours. If we're going to finish the X-52, we're going to need all the new tech we can get our hands on, and since the ethereals are stealing from us, I think it's only fair we repay them in kind. Why don't you head down there, see if you can acquire some of their technology out from under their noses. I mean, yeah, the Buccaneers are designed to be the worst, but that still puts them as the worst, you know? It's like if I engineer the worst food in the world by feeding you dog poo that I put into the microwave, it's still dog poo I put in the microwave, you know? I call it the Starfield dish. We'll actually talk a little bit about pirate politics when we get there. There's a couple of pirate factions in the game, and they kind of intersect with each other in a weird way here and there. Like the Bloodsails, they're not great. Even by the standards of other pirates, they're not great. So I think it's the Bloodsails. I might be screwing up my names. It's the guys who also happen to be off the coast of Booty Bay. Pretty sure it's the Bloodsails. You want to know how sad it is? Speaking of worthless reps, I never raised my goblin reps back in the day, like Booty Bay. I thought about it, tried it a couple of times, and was like, wow, this is extremely terrible. Just really, really dry, boring, terrible rep. And yeah, no payoff, again. Cool. I love quest mobs that take a while to respawn. Yeah, Booty Bay are pirates, but they're closer to pirates. And they're a lot more willing to work with people. The Bloodsails, they're evil. Yeah, the Blackwater, that's them. Back with their tech so soon. You better not be pulling my leg here. The success of the X-52 depends on what you get us. They're real suckers. Thanks for getting us the parts. How about we just hook these babies right up inside the rocket? I wonder what they do. Freaking goblins, I swear to God. Shredders, they won't cut it anymore. They're so yesterday. You've got like 3 of them right there. If we're gonna get the X-52 off the ground, we need better tech. The Burning Legion's moved in on our claim at the scrap field, and across the bridge to the east. This could be a huge problem for us. With the Legion at the Arcleon ruins and now there, it's starting to look bad, and for the rocket for us and for the rocket project. I need you to go out there and deal with those demons. I'd do it, but I'm a lover, not a fighter. Oh yeah, I was wondering if you could do me another favor. My partner on the field could probably use a hand. I was wondering if you could check in on her. I'm sure Mama Wheeler will appreciate the help. Just don't mind her sharp tongue. She's looking out for our interest in the East. You'll just find her inside Ecodome. Oh, well, finally going to the Ecodomes. He's doing science! Science! Gotta say it right. I had a policy of raising all of my Capital City reps to Exalted for a long time. Now, in my defense, I had a specific reason for doing so. It was so I could have the maximum repair discount on everyone. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore. See, I play a tank, so my repair bills were not a small thing. It's a relief to hear that scum is finally dealt with. You do good work. Maybe I'd be so forward as to call you by your name. If you're willing, I have another task that needs doing, one that is very important and someone of your obvious skill should be able to handle with ease. While you were at the Arcleon ruins, I received a request from our assistance from one of our representatives in the field. It would appear that the consortium is having some difficulties in trying to recover property from the Blood Elves which they refuse to pay for. That's right, the Sun Fury are terrible scum. Not because they work for the Legion, not because they're destroying the land, but because they won't pay their bill. What monsters. Pay off the deeper end. Happy Thanksgiving. I think you're right, Magister. So, hang on. Sorry. Let me do this a little bit properly. I just realized I was zoning out and doing quests a little bit at my pace. Forgive me. So here's the Netherstorm, right? Blasted death hellscape. But then there's this thing. The first thing me and my friend did when we got here was we skipped all the quests and just ran here to try and figure out what the hell was going on. So we're going in. And, this is what the inside looks like. By all accounts, this is what Farallon used to look like. The ego domes are fascinating and a really good indicator of exactly how advanced the technology is of the ethereals. Let me give you a bird's eye view really quick. As you can see, they're pretty large. And they don't have to be a perfectly spherical shape. They can be distended like this one over here is. You'll also notice they do go down, which means they protect some of the Earth in the Earth too. Oh god, oh god. Yeah, no, it actually makes a weirdly large amount of sense. We don't really know the ethereal story yet, but when we do, all of this lines up with what we find out. They probably have chunks of land like this in the Nether. That's what's left of their planet, you know? Can you believe this ethereal technology? I'm sure they let me stay here. I'm sure glad they let me stay here with them. I'm gonna learn a lot and maybe get something for myself too. What? He called me his partner. I'm his wife. He said I had a sharp tongue. Ooh, when I get back to Area 52, I'm gonna box his ears. But I'm glad you're here. He was right about one thing. I can use your help. You look like a capable young man. I was wondering, could you lend me a hand? To the east is the scrap field, which the Legions moved into. It's full of huge Reaver parts. There's also a bunch of smaller parts that they don't seem to care about. Why don't you grab there and keep it the smaller parts? Six experience. Whoa. I know, Magister. Yes, it's true. The Blood Elves have reneged on yet another purchase of goods that's been already delivered. As Netherstalker Kaji has vouched for you, I am hopeful you can assist me in the matter. Our business relations with the Blood Elves appear to be at an end. A few weeks ago, large shipments of surveying equipment was delivered to them at Monoforge Duro. They have refused to pay for it. I would ask you pay the Blood Elves a visit. They appear to be having some trouble with an infestation of mana creatures, so take advantage of that. I care not what happens to them, but I would like very much to see the return of our property. Also, several people compared the ethereals to goblins. Well, the ethereals and the goblins get along quite well. Funny how that works out. It is good to see a helpful face around here. The Burning Legion at the nearby Fell Reaver Heap has become more bold, and I'm beginning to fear for our safety here. The demons are constantly receiving reinforcements from Invasion Point Destroyer. My compatriot, Drizia, has gone down there to scout to see if he can do something about the warp gate. Find him, then see if you can assist him in any way you can. Hang on. I think these are inside quests. Yeah, okay. We'll come back to those. Do we have music? We do not. I like how there's a Burning Legion just camp. Well, it's not even a camp. Presence? Force? Right here. Granted, it's engineers, but still. Sure, Thor, what do you got? I mean, I try not to talk too much in advance, but I mean, let's be honest, there's only so much we can talk about in BC at this point. BC is ironically too long for how little depth it has. No offense to BC. BC's like, I've seen the score you're giving me, don't give me that lip. What's his name? Can I say real quick, it's weird to see Legion's about halfway down this list. Dorothi, that's them. Sorry. I'll be honest, usually I can tell, but I couldn't tell that time, Linear. Yeah, Legion is longer ago than it feels like, because I still think of Legion as modern WoW. Yeah, no, I liked the idea of the brokers. Really. Not just because of the retcons. We all know retcons are the best. I hope Garouge has sent you to help me with my mission. The Burning Legion nearby, we must do something to stop the flow of demons into the area. They have a warp gate to the south in an area they have cleverly named Invasion Point Destroyer. I need you to go with me and help me while I sabotage it. An escort quest? Sign me the hell up! Can we go? Yeah, the Warlords update was the bottle update. God. But yeah, no, the brokers were a cool idea. I actually really liked Venari. Character, I mean. I have still to this day never actually maxed my rep with her. I probably will because it's probably going to be part of the meta for Shadowlands. In fact, I can just check that, can't I? Because that's a thing now, isn't it? Maybe this one? No. Go away. Go away. Okay, hang on. Trading partners. Okay. There it is. Right there. Yep, nope, I do actually have to max rep with her for that meta. Oh god, Luthor. Yeah, that would do it. Wait, what? Oh god, I failed the quest. Really, I'm not paying attention. I don't even see how I failed the quest. Come back to that. Okay, bye. Hey everyone, how you enjoying the invasion? What are you talking about? Ah! I thought he was done, Huther. I saw him leave, and I was like, oh, quest complete. And I just started leaving because it was done. It was done. Why does he still need me to be there? Why? This is BC. I am stuck here forever. I mean, BC just really wants to show that it can score that much worse than ARR. That's just what it's after. Favorite type of quest in WoW? Anything fun or interesting or cool. That usually means vehicle quests. And poop quests. Alright, there we go. So let's see here. According to... according to a quest in the game and Blizzard devs, the Blizzard webpage, yes, the brokers are actually native to the Shadowlands. I'm not sure how that's even possible to be native to death like that. Like, unless they're actually the death entities we've talked about before, which it's a little bit underwhelming, but whatever. I'll let it slide. Do you have possession of the surveying equipment? Well, for one, I'm glad this petty little business is behind us. I cannot remember a time when the Consortium had dealings with such boorish and untrustworthy beings. You, however, seem very trustworthy. Maybe you wouldn't mind doing me one more favor. Nexus Prince Haramond has conveyed to me he's interested in the immediate return of this property to him personally. I would greatly appreciate if you would deliver to my stead. It's a great honor to get an audience with the Nexus Prince. I'm sure he'll be keenly interested to hear the tales of your adventures in the Netherstorm. Sure, we'll come back to that, though. I don't want to talk too much about Shadowlands, but the one thing that makes me wonder about what and how the brokers are is the ones in Zereth Mortis. I think those are brokers. I just realized I'm not even sure if those are brokers. Okay, those are brokers. Look, I'm going to be real. My knowledge of Shadowlands is way less than my knowledge of every other expansion. Like, I know more about WoW Within. Did it again. About War Within than I do about Shadowlands. You know how much I don't know Shadowlands? There's one dungeon in the entire game I have never done. It's the broker one, the mega dungeon. A little bit, Yura, yeah. Gotta kill. I gotta satisfy the craving. Yes, as a consequence, I've never experienced Taravesh at level. Although, thankfully, we have the ability to do that, thanks to Romy time. Because, yeah, I don't know what else to add to that. I was so checked out of Shadowlands. I just didn't even bother. In fact, you know the first time I ever did the last raid in Shadowlands? I'll give you a hint. It was last week. Then again, I've never killed the Zoth. We were going to. I shouldn't tell that story. It was me, Yura. I was super excited about. I was not excited at all for Shadowlands. Don't worry, Lord Harriman. I got it all planned out. Literally. Shadowlands is the best expansion in the game off the deeper end. If it's the only one you've played. I don't remember any bad bosses in Return to Kara. Except for the one that's buggy. And soft-locked us more than once. I think BFA will score better than Shadowlands. I admit I like the worm more for the setup to and payoff of the worm than the fight itself. I barely remember the worm's own mechanics in and of itself. Well, it's very simple, Primarch. You see, the jailer's dick is just so big. Like if you pull it, zoom out the world map, that's the jailer's dick right there. You can see it. It's right there on the map. I actually rather enjoy Mechagon. Although I only got to experience that towards the end of BFA, but it was still fun. Hesitant to bow because I don't want to fail the escort a second time. Luthor is going to agree with me with the initial negatives BFA is probably going to get. But then it'll smooth out considerably, I think. I really like Dawn of the Infinites. I don't know if it was always Mythic, but I've done most of my Mythic number stuff has actually been in Dragonflight. It was the first time I went back to the Mythic system and actually started, you know, doing Mythic pluses. They've all gone through. Thank you, Off the Deeper End, very much, as always. I do muchly appreciate your support. Thank you. Hey, the quest finished. God, that quest. That was a thing. Okay. Not nowadays, no, Yura. Back in the day, I refused to play on hard, though, because I was like, I ain't doing that. And then I got good at the game, and I was like, I'm doing that. Then I got my teeth kicked in, and I was like, I'm not doing that. And then I was like, but I like challenge. Then I was like, I'm doing that. That's the most excellent news. You and Drija have done us a great service. With that warp gate out of commission, the nearby demons will not be getting any further reinforcements. Please allow you reward in the proper manner of the consortium. You got those plots yet? With the Legion moving in on our claims one at a time, we unfortunately have very little time. These are due for now. Only we can scare them. It gives me an idea. Why don't we just, discourage them? Take out their leader. Seems to work everywhere else from what I've seen, and when they see the grizzled priests such as yourself take out their leader, I bet they'll all tuck tail and run for the hills. Get back in there. Take out the big one they call Doomclaw. I hear he keeps himself under the eastern pipe. Oh, bring me his claw, too. Maybe we can make a use for it. And he's dead. Thank you, Off the Deep End. As usual, I want to put it towards up to 3 things. Please let me know. But I do appreciate it. And I do hope you're having a good Thanksgiving. You dealt with him yet? He said they're going after Area 52. Oh, that's not good. Okay, we gotta get back immediately. They're gonna attack Area 52. You don't understand. We gotta get that rocket. Why? Because we want to fly through space. They've got spaceships in this expansion. It's one of the only expansions with honest-to-God spaceships. We need to get in on that action before they go back to, like, their medieval roots. All right. Give me a minute. Well, that's good news and bad news now, isn't it? We've dealt them a blow, but with the Burning Legion free all over the Netherstorm, getting close to us, I don't know how it's going to go. I have a feeling we're going to have to change gears for a while. Hope you'll be able to help us out. Yeah, it'll be fine. You're kidding, right? The Burning Legion is blaming us for all of that? But you did all that! Oh, okay. I have a headache and it's as big as this rocket. Right. This calls for a change of plans. If the Legion thinks they're going to come here and ruin my dream of cruising through the twisted nether, they're sadly mistaken. And I'm just a goblin to hell. On the outskirts of town in the east is the Proving Ground. Our top experimentalist, Dr. Vomisa, has been toying with a combination of Fel Reaver, ethereal, and goblin technologies. This is in no small part thanks to your gathering efforts. Junior Technician 3rd grade. Go to him. I know he'll have a solution to save us. Also, this is a group quest. If I was gonna... Ooh. Remember, there's a third thing you can pick off the deep room. Resident Evil Block. Kingdom Hearts 1. So hang on, do you mean if I lived in Azeroth or in real life? Those are two very different questions. I just want to be sure. If I lived in Azeroth. Oh, right. I need to go take the dog out real quick. I'll be right back. that. I was like, oh shoot, I'm forgetting some. I'm the only one in the house right now, so cat and dog were my job. Well, well, well. Here we are in luck, young man. I was just finishing my invention. You're gonna use it. You're gonna test it. Give it a spin. Okay. Let me give it a spin. And now what? Oh shoot! It's Negatron! This fight was actually pretty rough back in the day. Kind of inventive, too. I am... Megatron! As voiced by Hugo Weaving. So he's dead. We did it. What'd you think, yeah? Still need some tweaking. That was exciting. I'd say the Scrap Reaver performed admirably, despite its rookie pilot. I don't take offense, I was just kidding. After all, you just saved us from certain doom. I'm certain the Rocket Chief's gonna want a word or two with you. Now let's go talk to him. Yep, another prototype vehicle quest there. One of the better ones, by memory, but still pretty mean. I liked it, though. Holywick, or should I say... Junior grade. Or sorry, junior technician. First grade, Holywick. Haha, who am I kidding? Skipping a grade isn't enough a reward for what you've done. You're gonna be my first officer. You saved us, and more importantly, my rocket. I could just kiss you, but I won't. Instead, have your pick of this toy that you already frickin' have. Here you go. Throw it on the ground. We're good. Ah, we did it. We saved Area 52. We've kept capitalism safe another day. Or Super Earth, or Super Azeroth? Okay, so let's do the Dome quest. Whenever a consortium establishes a presence, we bring our Ecodome technology. The fields allow us to work in a controlled and life-sustaining atmosphere, since we don't often find ourselves in hostile environments. Netherstorm's volatile conditions and creatures have begun to destroy equipment that sustains our domes, especially the generator east of here. I've started a diagnostic. Could you bring me the results? I heard a group of druids from Azeroth have taken quite an interest in the effects of our Ecodome technology. The Cenarian Expedition's representatives are eager to get access to plants growing within the domes. A particular one called Ivory Bell, it's known for its healing properties. They're found in clumps of brush around the larger plants. I'll share my profits with you if you gather the herbs first. Hey, it's Shali Poor. The Ethereals are clever and very observant, so it's no accident I'm here posing as a simple furrier. In fact, I've been sent from Area 52 to appraise the technology the Ethereals use to generate their domes. I'd like to enlist your help. We've been asked to use non-goblin agents whenever possible. I want you to bring me a number of Ripfang Lynx pelts in the guise of a hunter. Sure. I can do that. Just pull and put on my head. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Okay, I'm okay. Everyone, it's gonna be fine. I am currently alive. I think. Okay, we're good. Everything's good. Everything's fine. Just heal here really quick. Sure, Yura. So Thrall's just like, yo, my bros! And they're like, my bro. And he's like, my bros. And Thrall's like, oh my god, the orcs are so cool. We never had a history of violence and mayhem. Nagrin's beautiful and amazing. And there's nothing wrong with it at all. Yeah, that's great. We should totally keep living in Durotar in the dirt and the savage land with barely any resources. Nobody's gonna think that's a bad idea at all, because my ancestors did it, and by golly, it was good enough for them. It's good enough for me. Ooh, doggy! And that's what Thrall was influenced by from the Makar. I'm still leaning towards Mage, Yura. I mean, arcane magic just sounds up my alley. It's orderly. It's something I can learn, regardless of anything else. It's also one of the safest forms of magic in the entire setting. Like, every other form of magic has some fairly substantial detriment. Arcane magic, I mean, isn't super safe, but, like, it's about as safe as driving a car. I'm going to drive a car. That's a good question, Huthor. Oh my god! That's worrisome. The damage is much more severe than I believed. I can send the Stormspire for some tools to begin repairs, but that's useless unless we isolate what's damaging it in the first place. Search the area for clues. I've seen pieces of the generators in the bottom of the lake. Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. I mean, he wasn't off the deeper end, that's kind of the thing. I mean, in fairness, being able to conjure food is definitely a benefit. But also, I would have portals. Remember, mage portals only work by specifically tying yourself to a location you're portaling to. And Azeroth has tons of portal tie spots all over the place. So getting around wouldn't be a huge issue. Really? Okay. And of course, I do love having cosmic power at my disposal. I'd probably specifically go Arcane Mage if I had to pick a spec. Because honestly, duh. So Druidic magic is interesting in that it's extremely safe except when it's not. And when it's not safe, it's extremely not safe. It's a little too loud. Thrall was an idealist. If Durotar had not exploded, perhaps his idealism would not have found expression. The Orcs are a proud race, and they wish to go on being proud. He has grown up a lot. Honestly, I think Thrall is a good litmus test of the overall maturity of the storytelling in WoW as a whole. As the stories themselves have gotten more complex over the years, so has he become more complex of a character. Listen, I'm not saying that I would have a water elemental doing my laundry for me. But I'm not saying it either. Anyways, Druidic magic. So yeah, the more you use Druidic magic, the more likely you are to be natural. Nature is not good. Nature's not evil. Nature is nature. As I am fond of saying, nature doesn't give a crap about you because you are not part of the equation, and any more so than like any other entity is part of the equation. So, also druids are very, very vulnerable to any kind of natural corruption, like the Nightmare ended up being. Yeah, exactly, Arspruce. All you are is another variable in the equation. Which is fine. I mean, it's very, very safe unless something goes wrong. In which case, you're an airplane going... It's worth noting most of the druids who get corrupted never come back from that. Like, I could probably list on one hand how many druids recover from corruption. It's not a big list. Area looks clearer already. The domes are quite useful, but the major drawback is the rampant growth they encourage, accelerating the growth and proliferation of native species. Master Engineer Grabar will want to know about the results of the diagnostics. If anything, they caution us to keep a close eye on the workings of our dome generators. As the fields become more and more unstable, their effects will become harder to control. It could spell disaster for our expedition. Okay, we'll go deal with that. Right after I give another plus to the game. I love giving pluses to games. So let's do that. Gather the herbs? Interesting choice, isn't it? Healing properties had better be miraculous. I'm charging a lot of money for a rather plain-looking flower. You got any pelts to sell me? Oh, these are magnificent. Utterly magnificent. I'll pay top coins. How much to retain your services? I think they're buying it. Now, when I send you up to speak with my associates, they won't be suspicious. Yeah, sure, sure. That's the first ecodome. Let's go up to the second ecodome. Like purely aesthetically, Yura? That's a tough one. Let me chew on that. The Druids of the Flame are fascinating, especially since if you really think about it in universe, they're not Druids at all. I don't really mean that as a negative, actually quite the contrary. What they do in Dragonflight with them really kind of helps emphasize that they kind of stop being Druids. And in many ways, that's one of the biggest reasons why they're so screwy, you know? Get this out really quick. Alright. Merad is little more than a technician, but he possesses a keen eye for detail. If his observations are correct, we'll need to take diagnostics at the rest of the dome generators as soon as possible. If Marad's results are correct, and I have no reason to believe they are faulty, then the rest of the domes are in trouble. I do think he failed to identify the underlying cause of the failures. From time to time, creatures damage them, but never this severely. To be on the safe side, I want you to set some diagnostics. Okay, sure thing. No, they are much closer to shamans. I'm not sure if they fully qualify as dark shamans, but they are essentially shamans, fire shamans. And we see exactly how taken advantage of they are, I think is how I want to phrase that. Not only by Idiot Face, but also by just the fire elementals as a whole. Sure, so let's say you are a Loa, Yura, or you're an elemental spirit, or something. And I'm like, hey, Yura, I'd love to have some power. Could you give me power, please, so I can cast, like, fire spells? And you're like, alright, go get me this stuff. And I'm like, here you go. And you're like, cool. And then you give me the power, and I can cast Fireball. A Dark Shaman, as I walk up to you, and I'm like, hey, what's up? You like fire, right? Whoosh! And I, like, remove all the oxygen from them. We're like, oh my god, what's going on? Help! And I, like, suffocate you down until you're weak and desperate and on the verge of death. And then I bind you to something and leave you in a tortured state so I can rip the power out of you. Oh yeah, we've been expecting someone to help us move the merchandise. I'm sure he told you about our work here. When Jackson and I are out in the field hunting, we've been collecting pieces of ethereal ecodome generators. Okay, well, I'll go get your ecodome pieces then. Actually, yeah, very dark side. I rip the power out that I need, rather than I bargain for it. And just like the dark side, it's generally considered a bad idea. I have to get over to the ruins of Farallon to start my excavation. The problem is that the place has been infested by demons. Could you do some preliminary work for me, please? Yeah, sure. A few weeks ago, the Burning Legion moved into the ruins of Farallon, thwarting our plans to excavate the site for artifacts. Earlier today, I learned one of their dreadlords somehow killed off all the other Burning Legion. He's been summoning in demons that serve him. Could you go up there and get rid of the demon infestation? Ah, the Fell Reaver. Certainly the Legion's most terrible mechanical creation, at least until the Garothi stuff shows up. There are no less than 3 of these abominations aimed at Stormspire. Fortunately for us, they are not yet active. That affords us the possibility of dealing with them through sabotage instead of brute force. Obtain some condensed nether gas and then do it and blah blah blah. Okay, sure, you got it. We'll put sugar in the gas tank. Frickin' Tonka! Who are also dark shamans, consequently. To the northeast is an area called the Netherstorm, a landmark not seen when this was a lush and green land. Newly exposed crystal formations have shown us a mineral we've called ferrolite in honor of the land's former identity. The tiny amount we've mined has already proven popular with our clients. The highest grade comes from static deposits. Not from static deposits, sorry, but from the giants. I'll cut you in some of the profits. Well, I do like profits. Ooh-wee. Approach. I welcome you to the Stormspire. Please enjoy the hospitality of the consortium. You may place that equipment anywhere. I suspect you'll be picking it back up rather soon. There's another reason for the retrieval of the surveying equipment. There's a crystal from Draenei legend of great importance to me. It is said the crystal bestows godlike power to the bearer, but is in danger of being unearthed by others, namely the Burning Legion. Take the equipment. Use it to find the first triangulation point. We know it's somewhere near Ultras. Okay. Light, give me wisdom. Spirits, give me wisdom. Because naturally they would know better than me, because they're spirits, and that's just logical. What do you mean they're just as dumb as we are? How dare you? I mean, we've seen plenty of examples of how listening to the spirits can be a pretty bad idea. A blood shaman. Blood doesn't have that much power in universe in Warcraft. Not like it does in a lot of other settings. But it's not like it's completely devoid of power. This stupid quest. Yeah, of course Smolderon sided with Fyrakk. Duh. Hey, I'll let you burn things. Cool! Sign me the hell up. Oh, hey, it's the cannon that chased me across the entire continent. I actually don't think it was that specific cannon, but it was one of the cannons from this camp. Blood shaman. What would a blood shaman be? My knee-jerk thought is a blood shaman would actually be more like a fell shaman. Maybe specifically dealing in fell blood? Well, again, there kind of isn't blood magic. Not really. Some very specific entities value blood, or enjoy blood, like Hakar is a good example of that. The Blood Loa. But like I said, overall, blood doesn't have any really innate magical power to itself, so much as life does. I have to do all three of these stupid things. Nope. Oh, thank God. Yeah, blood is a conductive agent for magic. Actually makes a lot of sense. I like the way that that's framed. Oh, hi. Sorry about that. Sorry. I meant to land and kill you. My bad. Yeah, exactly. That's why fell blood exists, or void blood, or death blood. We have also seen rot. It's the corrupted nature blood. We've also seen natural blood while we're on the subject. Plenty of places where a natural creature has died, their blood has seeped out and, you know, growth has happened, right? It's pretty common. But again, no real power to the blood itself. See you around, Sean. Enjoy the turkey. Remember, Mass Effect 2 sucks! Anyway, so, like, that's my point. Sorry, getting back to your overall question here. So to me, like, a blood shaman would be someone who uses their blood for some other form of magic. And if you're a shaman, maybe, like, I don't know, like, maybe what you're specifically doing is, like, you have someone like the Loa of blood, like Hakar. Because, honestly, most of Hakar's shamans, his witch doctors, would qualify as blood shamans, right? That's a really good question, Primarch. I do not have an answer for that off the top of my head. I don't know. Yeah, druids can use still living people for fertilizer. Currently living people for fertilizer. Yep. Why, yes, that is exactly as horrible as that sounds. Yeah, the interesting thing is I'm not sure the second Lich King had blood for a while there because he literally carved out his heart. Wait, what? What's this music? Oh god, what's happening? Oh, we ran out of music. Oh, we've been here a while. Yeah, Death Knights have blood. I had to think about that for a second, but they do. No, they do. Jokes aside. Most Death... I know, right? Most Death Knights are, unalive? That feels like a weird way to explain that, but it's true. I'm doing the wrong... No wonder it's not working. I suppose... Oh my god, why is that? Hold on. I suppose the easier way to answer that would be to say that most undead in general have different stages and concepts of being undead. You know, we've got spirits, we've got bones, we've got liches, we've got magically maintained corpses, we've got desiccated corpses. Some people, their muscles don't work anymore. Some people, their muscles work fine. There we go. Like, it varies. I always knew you were evil, Yura. Yeah, we got ghosts. We've got amalgam creatures, chimeras. All kinds of things. Death Knights get a Sand Lane spec? Oh my god. So you can probably tell I'm in a good mood. Part of why? It's because we're in Netherstorm. And, as predicted, it's a pretty decent zone. Something better than Shadowmoon was. The other reason is I know I'm right there. I'm at the finishing line. I can see it. I can see Wrath on the horizon. It's right there, and then I'll never have to play Outland ever again! Hi. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to wait 30 seconds to be able to use a quest item. Okay, we're there. All right, let's go. We already did Black Temple. We did that earlier, Mr. Red. What are you still doing up? Go to bed, Mr. Red. Sleep, Mr. Red, sleep. So here's a little bit of a dome that's like a little more spherical than some of the other ones. And as you can see, it's also kind of losing cohesion a little bit as a result. You know, I don't know why quest items have cooldowns. Legitimately. Like, I know I was talking about, like, I don't know why armor types exist. Gotta stand by that. But what I do know is that the whatchafig. Sorry, that really distracted me. I just got a phone call. That I don't know why quest items have cooldowns. Like, logically speaking, every item in the game has some kind of cooldown. But you have to place that in manually, right? Like, the default is going to be 0. Someone's like, you know what? This quest item right here, 1 minute. Okay, why? 1 minute! I mean, they won't be able to use it more often than 1 minute anyway, so why about... Yeah, but you had to type in a minute. You have spent more work making this quest worse. Yeah, what's the problem? We here at Blizzard are committed to making our quest design the worst possible thing we can. Dementius who? I don't think he's relevant to the lore. What are you talking about? I do love how they've ripped themselves in half, bending over backwards for years to try and build... Oh yeah, Dementius, he's actually a much bigger deal than he seems. But we killed him and beat... Yeah, bigger! He's huge. He's huge. We killed him when we were level 70. Look. You don't even know. Okay. This guy... Whew. He's kind of a big deal. Yeah, there's no levels. Levels just a concept, okay? What's funny is I actually double-checked this a while ago. Dementius is actually supposed to be a Void Lord. Like an actual Void Lord. And it's like... Really? So, I'll go ahead and tell you, the excuse they came up with to explain what Dementius is and why he's so damn weak is Void Lords are super weak when they enter the material plane. So... Anyways, get those diagnostics. These results match his results exactly, but why? The only possible explanation I can think of is some of the dome equipment has failed or gone missing. That's really strange. Well, I've been working on a portable generator repair kit to use in some of the harsher climates that we operate in. Granted, it wasn't designed for Netherstorm, but we shouldn't have any problems with it. I've already tested a scheduled test with one of my best techs. Why don't you go ahead over and help him with it? Okay. Yeah, Dementius is a planet devourer, and we kill him in a group quest. It's not even a hard group quest. Like, for real, Socrathar up here, he was a harder group quest. Frickin', what was it who we just fought down here? Kyruk, the Fire Elemental Lord, he was a harder boss fight. Dementius is just like, yeah. Excellent work. Now the most difficult part of the project's done. All we need to do is get these back to Area 52 and extract the interest of the Cenarian expedition as well. That should be a little enough on our side for our needs and a little profit. I love stealing from our allies. Steal, steal, steal. Yeah, literally, Mauru is more powerful, and he's literally called a void god. It's like, really? I understand the dangers of gathering Fairlight are great, but so are the opportunities. A merchant who isn't willing to take risks may as well close his door and save himself the trouble. Uh-huh. Now that we've got a good baseline product, we're going to need something of higher quality. Certainly the Fairlight we've gathered so far is nice, but I know there's better. We'll have to get a sample directly from Kragscar, the patriarch of the giants. You'll find it amongst the other giants of the Netherstone area. Okay. I'll go kill a guy to loot his corpse for you. Truly an exceptional job. With the demon slain, we'll safely take the excavation team up there. That's excellent news. Now that we know that we can deal with the Fell Reavers, I'll have our hirelings sabotage any remaining Reavers. Brave acts of industrial sabotage will only get us so far. Just as Forge Base Oblivion serves as an assembly site for Reavers, Forge Base Gehenna serves as a staging ground for the army, as it's where the majority of the Leech's teleportation devices are located. Go there and kill a bunch of them, would you? That was fast. You must be a very efficient person to have placed all three of those markers already. Yeah, I can fly. I'm just pulling my bandage, right? This is excellent news. Now that you've done the surveying grunt work, I'll be able to take my team up and see what you procured. Thanks, priest. You're welcome? I think that feels like it. You're welcome. Hey, Bragwin. Did you survive? Are you a ghost? Be honest with us. Is Bragwin in the room with us right now? Well, of course not, Bragwin. Cooking is for people with taste. Yeah, the problem with the Void Lords... I don't mind connecting the old gods to the Void Lords, and I actually like the idea of old god bullets. If honestly, it makes them a little bit more Lovecraftian, but in a way that I don't mind. What bothers me about the Void Lords is there's nothing there. Like, let me tell you about the lore about the Void Lords. Okay, so they're in the Void, which is outside the material plane. When they come here, they get weaker. And they launch the Void Bullets. That's kind of it. that really is it. Oh yeah, they also want to Titan very badly. I suppose there is one other thing. The Void in general, Void Lords not accepting, tends to be very, very afraid of supremely powerful arcane magic. Probably because our very powerful arcane magic is extremely good at cleansing void and corruption. So it would make sense that they're literally afraid of the Titans, considering. I don't want to talk too much about Xalatath for extremely obvious reasons. I've had a theory for a while that she's something different. She's not a bullet, and she's not a Void Lord. But I have no real evidence of that point. It's just, I don't know, it's just a vibe I've been getting. You got the prototype. Did he send you? It looks peculiar. He definitely didn't have Netherstorm in mind when he designed it. Oh, don't look so surprised. Netherstorm is tame compared to some of the environments I've worked in. Nevertheless, a failing dome is always a concern. Before we begin the test, we have to make certain the area is clear of anything. In this case, that means the lizards. So, go kill a bunch of lizards, please. Okay. I like that last bit of dialogue. I've seen a lot of strange things in my years as a technician, including more than a few abominations that had their beginnings as humble animals. What, like a admin override kind of a thing? I never really explained one of the biggest reasons I like the Void Bullets thing. There's actually several reasons, but I think the reason I like it most of all is it kind of changes the framing on them. And if you look at Cthulhu as an old god, an eldritch creature beyond our comprehension, then I just check out mentally. But it also makes Cthulhu like this big super doom thing. But if he's a bullet, one bullet of 4 that hit this one planet, and we know that there are thousands upon thousands of other bullets that have been shotgunned out there, then what it becomes is we didn't take out and down some eldritch being of supreme power. We killed a Zergling. And that changes it, right? Yeah, exactly. It becomes a Lavos problem. Like, taking down Lavos is a big feat, but Lavos was one of many. Well done. Looks like everything's in order. Let's go ahead and begin. To begin repairs. Can I take your quest, please? 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 Pretty please. It's working! I'll be pleased to hear the good news. Test was a resounding success. We can certainly use this device to start repairing the domes. Carry word of the test results to the Stormspire. Let them know I've also found a pattern to the damage of the shield generators. Key pissings of the generator are going missing. This is no technological failure. We're being stolen from. What? Goblins? I mean, someone is stealing from you? I've always loved, by the way, if you do these quests, you know, at the rough level, which you get them, you get the go steal from the ethereals and find out what's going on. Oh yeah, we're being stolen from quest at the same time. Anyways. Success! All of my techs work on the repair right away. His suspicions of sabotage worries me. I can't think of anyone who'd be bold enough to steal our technology. Not anyone who knows what we're capable of, anyways. Maybe time to lock down the spire. I mean, yeah, absolutely, Huthor. Who's that? That's Nazoth. He's the size of a mountain. No, he really isn't. I mean, if you think about it, none of them were that big. Even Yogg, right? As fun as killing demons might be, it does us little good with the Legion can keep using it. Teleporters to replace any we kill. Unfortunately, I don't have any high-powered explosives, but the Moarg do. Okay. Go ahead and do another vehicle prototype quest. There's a lot of these out here. Still alive, which means you either got to the core or you've changed your mind. Well done! I can't wait to put this thing to the test. Just do it to, like, you. Yes, my minion. Go. Use your incredible power. To detonate. Yes! Yes! Go, my minion. Ah! Die, my minion. Die as well. Everyone die. Except you, Huthor. I still have a use for you. So, now I wait for the quest item to come off a cooldown. I mean, I've encountered a couple of people who are like, of course you should use war mode. But only a couple. Like, obviously, there's two major benefits from it, regardless of PvP. One is the boost, but also the other is the extra talents, which can be cool. Now, there's a detriment there, though. It's called having to PvP. So, that detriment kind of overrides anything else, right? As much as I love the idea of being just standing here waiting for a question, someone goes, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. That was worthless. Assault an enemy's mind, dealing shadow damage and briefly reversing the perception of reality. For 7 seconds, the next damage they deal will heal. The next heal they do will damage. Interesting. Is it done? Are the teleporters shut down? Excellent. I'll breathe a little easier. A figure of speech, of course. I suppose you want some kind of reward? Yes. Give me money. We're almost done. We've got 2 major quest hubs left to do. I think we're going to push and finish these. But we're not going to finish the dungeons. There's no way. And we've got a raid. So tomorrow sounds like it's going to be Dungeon Day. Does anybody think they're going to be available for that? Because I'd really like to do those with players if possible. And by if possible, I mean, well, I'm kind of locked into that. So I hope people can help with that. Otherwise, we're just going to have to, you know, rely on memories, which I can do. Just I'd rather not. Hello, traveler. You come because you're in need of goods? I know of your mission. It is one of great importance to Nexus Prince Haramad. Now that we know the location of the first account, you must move swiftly to find the second. I've recalibrated it with the same information you provided. It's somewhere to the west. Okay, I'll go deal with that in a minute. Sort of dentals. Essentially, I was testing exactly how the chromie time and the chromie time, the rewarp, and the quest sync features worked. And because as a result of those testing, I am now no longer capable of chromie timing, so I'm stuck actually being level 71. So that sucks. So I'm just kind of living with it. In the future, I have methods to make sure that this doesn't happen. From the look on your face, I can tell you're a blood elf who appreciates a good profit. I've built a reputation as a dealer in exotic goods, and I'm about to launch a new venture. I need a reliable subcontractor to procure the goods from the Celestial Ridge. First, you need to re-energize the teleporter pad. Okay. I'll go follow the Protector. Who or what are the Protectorate? I guess these are the Protectorate. Hello? Captain Terralius took a platoon of soldiers south towards the Ethereum staging ground 10 days ago. We haven't heard from him or his crew since. Chances are good they were ambushed, but chances are good they were ambushed and killed, but I'm getting curious readings from my instruments. I think it's a distress signal, but these things have been wrong before. Okay, well, let's see if I can fix that. Around the ruined Monoforge, you'll find the runoff of Dementius's handiwork. Seeping sludge occupies the pools that surround Ultras. Directly below those pools, where the Ethereum staging grounds now stand, you'll find even more runoff in the form of void waste. The best method of disposal is to use electroshock to break slimes down to globules. Use this elixir to augment your attacks with electricity. The resultant discharge will break the slimes into their raw forms. Atop Monoforge Ultras lies the tear in the nether that the Void Lord, Dementius, came through. That tear provides Dementius with a link to the Void, rendering him immune to physical harm. If we can get a lock on the conduit that he's using to keep himself phased out of this plane of existence, we can destroy it and destroy him. To do this, we're going to need you to collect fragments of Dementius from the Void creatures he sends out to do his dirty work. Good night, Lord Haramont. Directly south of here, you'll find the Ethereum staging grounds. The Ethereum are there preparing for something. Perhaps an assault on Ultras? We can't take any chances, though. Break their defenses and take out their training facility. I'm sorry, what are the Ethereum? The Ethereum were the ruling class of the Ethereals in my homeworld, Koresh. Tragically, we were forced to evacuate Koresh shortly before the Void Lord Dementius unleashed his Void armies in the world and utterly decimated all that stood in his way. For this act, the Ethereum vowed vengeance. They have been tracking Dementius ever since. The Protectorate, however, were not a reaction to Dementius. We were a reaction to the Ethereum. I'm sorry, I don't understand. What do you mean? The Ethereum have grown dark, twisted. Vengeance has become their only recourse, and any that would stand in their way or not join the cause are considered enemies. Many saw that the Ethereum were plummeting into madness and left. Several of the Nexus Princes of the Ethereum Council abandoned the Ethereum to form other groups, the Consortium and the Protectorate, for example. So what's your purpose? We feel the Ethereum are a greater threat to our existence as Dimensions is, and both must be stopped. Okay. So I will help you. Oh, hang on, what do you know about Ethereals? You doubtlessly view us all as the same light, oblivious to the conflicts and struggles between our differing factions. Maybe it's time for an introduction. I am Commander Amir of the Protectorate. I'm also your only hope of resolving the infestation of the creatures and the Ethereum near here. Sorry, I did actually miss it, Uthor. I need to pick a dungeon to remaster. So it has to be one that hasn't picked before? So I might accidentally pick one that has been picked before, because I'm not 100% sure which ones have been picked. But let me just kind of think about that for a minute. To be very clear, the remastered ones, they don't change too much, but, you know, they polish them up a little bit, right? Like, same bosses, same trash, but, like, tinker things here and there. Or do you mean, like, a true remix? Like what happened with, say, Shalomance back in Pandaria, I think that was. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. So that wasn't a yes or no. Now we'll wait. Play the waiting game. Oh yeah, get rid of RP sections too. That's kind of important. I love RP sections, but they really have no place in a Mythic. Congrats, Mr. Red. Okay. My very first thought, and I know I'm biased, and I know that this is kind of a bit of recency going on here, but monotombs. Not a lot of trash, but all of the trash involved is specifically designed and very much complements the other trash. Multiple pulls are probably going to lead to a wipe. First boss is a heavy pay attention check, which penalizes you for just bulldozing into it. Second boss is more of a heal check, since most of what it does is just suddenly causes a lot of damage to an individual. After the second boss, we have a whole lot of fun times that you have to pay attention to. Because they can fear, and they've got plenty of CC, and they can then they can gouge too. They can incapacitate. And of course, the final boss, well, the trash on the way the final boss actually penalizes you for AoE spamming too much. We'll start with that. But then the actual final boss, he's mostly an ad check. He also has no aggro to speak of. He just casts on whatever he feels like. So yeah, monotombs. Now I'm going to challenge myself. I want to pick a dungeon from vanilla. I think would make a good mythic. That's true. There's also plenty of choose your path when it comes to trash options in there. I should know. I used to farm the hell out of that place. A vanilla dungeon that could be added to Mythic Plus. Wailing Caverns was one of the ones I was thinking about. I considered Dire Maul briefly, but almost immediately rejected it. First of all, we're sick to death of Dire Maul, and second of all, it doesn't really lend itself to that as well as you'd think. It's mostly just big, empty swaths of bleh. I was debating Strathholm. Strathholm did get an overhaul in Cata, but it's actually a pretty small overhaul. And there's a lot of bosses with some potential to be turned into interesting things there. We must gather whatever data they have here. Look around you. Very close to this should be an Ethereum data cell. Locate that cell, open it, and retrieve the contents. Okay. I can do that. I do like the idea of dead mines. You would have to add mechanics to every single boss in there. But it's not like they can't do that. Again, they did that in Cata. I'm sorry, Heroic Dead Mines is still one of my favorite Cata dungeons. Don't at me. Specifically Heroic, though. Damn them. They're clever, but not as clever as Amir. What I'm about to ask you to do is quite dangerous. I'll understand if you don't want to continue, Fleshling. They're using relays to transfer information around the staging grounds. There's only one way for you to see these, and unfortunately doing so may cause you irreparable brain damage. Cool. So slay the Ethereum and drink their essences. Okay. That sounds extremely stupid. Count me in. That's flat stupid flat of blue. Have they done a Wrath dungeon already? Criminal, Iron Dock, Shadow Moon, and Barbarian, Tongue, Throne, Tide, Scrimtal. So they really haven't gone back before Cata. Okay. So I think I'm going to commit to Monotombs for BC. I am also going to go ahead and lock in my idea of Stratholme for vanilla. So that leaves Wrath. My knee-jerk is one of the two halls. Like, that's just what jumps to my mind for some reason. Halls of Stone or Halls of Lightning. I don't know. Let me chew on that a bit. Because Wrath has some options. We're starting to get a little bit closer to modern dungeon design there. By the way, I love this place. Sorry, I haven't really talked about it. So they talked about losing one of the monotombs, or one of the monoforges. You could see this used to be a Blood Elf camp, and now it's on fire, abandoned, covered in void sludge, and, well, there's the forge, or what's left of it. Literally blown open. Enough said. Well, yeah, you see why I picked both Halls of Stone and Halls of Lightning. Although I think I'm going to walk that back. I think Halls of Lightning is a little bit better of a choice. Yeah, there's literal void rates going through the tubes, by the way, right up there. Yeah, I can't ping that apparently, but they're there, I swear. There you see him. Hopefully those energy pipes are disconnected from the eye, right? I mean, we don't have any void casters in the eye, right? Guys. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. If I could float, if I could, like, go swimming inside, like, an energy conduit and, you know, survive that act, I'd probably go do that. See, I was thinking about Oculus, excuse me, but there's really not a lot of options in Oculus, ironically. Like, sure, you could decide which order in which you do the platforms, but you gotta do all three, right? Pit of Sauron? Aww. I could see that. You even kind of have a choice for how you approach the gauntlet section, the cave. I was honestly trying to avoid any of the patch dungeons, because those are just going to be better dungeons. Yeah, halls wouldn't work at all. That's antithetical to a mythic concept. But Sauron, huh. I think Sauron's a good pick. I don't know if it's better than Halls of Lightning, but I think it's a good pick. Violet Hold might actually be the worst. You know, there's only one dungeon that would be worse than Violet Hold for Mythic Plus. And that would be the other Violet Hold. But there's a third dungeon that would be even worse. And that is that frickin' swamp. And this drop rate is terrible. I only need 8 of these frickin' items. I've already killed about 10 of these things. Good lord. These aren't small mobs either. Alright, what mythic... What key did you get? Let's see. Black Morass. You have been kicked from the group. I would not want to do Black Morass Mythic Plus. That sounds awful. Okay, hang on. So we've got a vanilla dungeon, a Wrath dungeon, and a BC dungeon. Now, we already have Kata dungeons. So I think at this point, you know, gloves are off. Pick whatever, right? Any dungeon that you want to. Durnhold would work very well, I think, if they essentially skipped the middle part of it, you know? And maybe completely changed around the Thrall Gauntlet. Because as I showed off when I was showing off Durnhold earlier, once you activate Thrall in the final part of the thing, he keeps going and will not stop until he's reached the boss. So that is functionally a gauntlet. Removing Thrall, I could see. And maybe adding like a shortcut to go from the keep over to the town, to Tarn Mill. Like, hey, do you want to go over? And then you're there. I guess we could hit the mine. I don't want to hit the mine. You see these corpses? Arconis is responsible for this slaughter. He sucked them dry, leaving nothing more than fleshy husks. But don't let the bodies fool you. Inside those corpses lie flesh beasts, waiting to pounce. I've got my orders. I must remain here until I back up. Doesn't mean you can't go in there, take my igniter, and destroy the withered corpses. One way or another, my mission will be complete. Okay, hang on. Hey, Spartan. Yes, tomorrow we're going to do the quad dungeons and Sunwell. And the Eye, obviously. So the 4 remaining dungeons and the 2 remaining raids. Which Pandaria dungeon would work best? The only real problem with Pandaria dungeons from Mythic is they're very linear dungeons. Almost all of them are corridors. I know, Huthor. I'm just trying to think of which one I think would actually fit the format best. That's all.
If you want it.
There's dinner? What? I thought dinner was forbidden. Oh, I like your shirt.
It's mostly a dress.
What?
See?
Oh.
Do not notice that down there.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
But look on the back.
Oh, that's pretty.
On the back.
Stop. We have...
There's cranberry sauce.
Ooh.
Potato and sweet mashed potato and sweet potato.
Why do you have so many potatoes?
Well, just 2 kinds of potatoes.
Uh-huh.
But I do not want gravy.
Oh, gravy. Just like me, I don't like gravy.
Oh.
Yeah, Mama likes gravy, but Baba likes gravy.
That felt like there was an ant on me. The first time it felt like there was an ant on me.
I apologize. I wasn't trying to make there be an ant on you. I was trying to give you scritches. Scritch. Why are you still beating my hand? It's dead.
Heal.
Oh, okay. I have been healed. Thank you for healing me, friends.
No, friend.
Handshake. Shake, shake, shake.
Thumb shake.
Thumb shake. Thumb shake.
Oh, double
Yeah.
thumb shake.
Yeah.
That's so hard to do.
All right, head back upstairs. Thank you for telling me, babe. Come on.
It's hard to get up.
I know, right?
Careful. Careful when you're getting up. Not get it in up and
Well, I'll have to be careful. That's why the railing's there. And now I wait. This one. Horde, Spartan. We're finishing up on the Horde. Not because it's the Horde, but because they're Blood Elves. We started this journey in Quel'Thalas, and we're finishing it in Keldanis. And no, I don't know why I pronounce this differently. Don't ask. The Eternal Ethereum quests. Yeah?
Are you gonna want to eat any of this soon, or should we like put it all away?
Go ahead and put it away.
Okay.
But thank you. Alright, so... Yep, the Draenei finished up in Shadowmoon, the Blood Elf finished up in Keldanis. It doesn't really matter, I just enjoy the symmetry of it. I'm trying to think of some way to make the brewery work for Mythic. But I don't think I can make it work. Like, there's too many problems with that. Any luck finding Ya6? You saved my wrappings. The Protectorate don't know of what you did to this day, my friend. You're welcome. And yes, Uthor. Did I say that already? God. I'm not sure where I'm at this point. Mythics are fun if you get a group that either knows what they're doing or is a bunch of friends. And or, I should say. You can have fun in a Mythic if you fail if it's with a bunch of friends. If it's with pugs, that doesn't feel great. I have noticed that Blizzard made an announcement that they're cracking down harder on people who chain leave Mythic groups. Which, you know, good. Screw those people. I'm just gonna bail on that one, honestly. Great. Yeah, you know the old saying, friends don't let friends pug. I'll save you. Thank Koresh, he would have torn me apart. I'm a Protectorate soldier, Fleshling. My platoon was sent on a recon mission about 10 days ago. We were moving across the upper edges of the island when a group of Ethereum jumped us. They had the same energy of colors, but their wrappings looked void. Only Terralius was spared. I think they put him in a prison cell. I've got to get back to the post. Can you escort me back? I could see that, Uthor. I get there's supposed to be a bit of risk-reward in there, but... Well... other players have entirely too much control over how your mythic experience goes, you know what I mean? And I know, MMO. I'm still kind of waiting for them to implement the flex down to 3 concept. They never will. And arguably they maybe shouldn't even do that. But if they ever do that, oh, I would start doing so much more content. If I could do raids at level with 3 people, done. Of course, if you're paying attention, we've already posited a way to make that happen. That's the follower raid concept. Not the story mode thing. That's story mode, and that's fine for what it is. No, I want to do normal raids with followers and my friends. I want to try mythic raids with followers and my friends. But I understand that's a fairly large amount of additional work and effort, and I don't really anticipate that ever happening, so... I hate the Ethereum quest so much. I think I'm actually just going to bail on these. So let me just skip ahead a little bit on some of these. Bail on that one. Bail on this one. Let me tell you what amazing storytelling you're missing here. So first of all, thank you for getting rid of the Void Waste. You're welcome. Well done. The soldier might be the key to taking over the entire operation here. You're welcome. I think it would be fairly easy to make it work for normal. Heroic, I think that could work because most of Heroic is just higher stats. Mythic, yeah, Mythic might be rough. The Protector at Netherdrake will fly you close enough on Ultra so you can drop the Disruptor on top of the Conduit. Drop as many charges as you can. Okay. Let's do it. I'm ready. Wait, people care about esports? What? Any day now, game. Dementius says, you only hasten the inevitable. In time, all will be devoured. I mean, in reality land, adding a follower mythic, assuming it was possible, would be, words. Even if it was possible, it would be easy to discount that, right? To disqualify that from esports or world firsts or anything like that. No, I didn't, Uthor. Time to strike has come. With the Tarragon, Dementius is vulnerable. We must destroy Dementius. This is 3 quests, by the way, while we've become aware of Dementius. And now we're going to go kill him. I wish you luck. We have hunted Dementius for thousands of years. You can also talk to him and be like, hey, help me fight him. No, I'm good, thanks. Yes, in like a week, I want to say, Uthor. Do I seriously have to? Okay, fine. We've hunted Dementius for 3,000 quests. Anyways. So, Dental says, why would you do a follower dungeon at Mythic? For fun, obviously. I mean, gear's nice. But, you know, the real reason to that would be to be able to do Mythic content. Like, I don't like pugging, you know? I like being able to go do stuff with me and my 2 or 3 friends. That's how I am. That's it. I kind of hinted at this earlier, but it's really true. Other people are what made me stop raiding in this game. I just really got sick to death of it. I got sick of people not being reliable. I got sick of people not paying attention. I got sick of people ruining 24 other people's days because they didn't bother. Like, there's a rudeness to that. You know what I mean? I know that sounds like a strange way to put it, but think about that for a moment. 25 people, or 10 people, or whatever, have gotten together to try and accomplish something and have fun with their afternoon. And you ruined it. Hey, I haven't even gotten to people not even showing up on time, which drives me absolutely bonkers, because I used to actually be a raid lead. So that was my job, was making sure everyone would show up on time and be in staff, ready to go. You know, buffed, aware of the fights. Let's make history. This is such a pathetic quest. For Koresh! For the Protectorate! Let's go kill the most amazingly powerful thing in the history of the ever. Yeah, no kidding, Magister. Like, if you don't want to care or bother, that's fine, but then don't sign up, you know what I mean? Okay, so that was it. We killed Dementius. Now, obviously, I'm level 60, so that's whatever. But it really does need to be mentioned that even at level, this was not a hard fight. At all. Like, I'm sorry. Dementius was never a hard fight. That's why I keep making fun of him. Yes, I think Dementius being built up as a literal world eater and then just being run over. Like, let's ignore the Void Lord thing for a second, because we're not there yet, right? Just Dementius, the super powerful, and he's dead. He's literally called Dementius the All-Devouring. Read this quest for a second. For 1,000 years, all we've known is conflict. We have defended our people from the attacks of both void creature and ethereal alike. Now one of our most hated enemies is dead, finally. I give you the thanks of 100 million ethereals. Okay. I literally had more buildup to killing, like, the freaking Tusker. The giant elephant thing in Nagrand. Not joking. Place. And yeah, I agree with you, Thor. Raiding is kind of a risk-reward thing in its very nature. Because good raiding can create some great experiences, but bad raiding makes you want to quit the game. I don't mean rage quit, I mean just like, why am I playing this? Very good. The Nexus Prince shall be pleased. We now have the second point, which can tell us where the third is, and the general vicinity of the crystal. With the data from both the first and the second points, I'm now certain the crystal is on top of the ruins of Farallon. Unfortunately, it indicates it's moving, which means it's probably already been discovered by the Burning Legion. So go take it back. 100 million weave rats. So there's a quest to go do stuff at the Monoforge, and there's a quest to go do stuff at the Monoforge. We're not doing either of those. I actually should have done those earlier. I really don't care at this point. I apologize. It's another go kill X of Y quest. There's no lore there. Moving on. Oh, absolutely, Magister. But that is what it is. You need that prefab. Or static. Is what they call that over in FF14. I'll take that Atomal Crystal. Atomal Crystal. Image of Sakrathar. Are you using the image crystal to hide? Is that it? You know you cannot possibly mask such power. Yeah, so Anatrazim was tasked by Socrathar to find the Atamal crystal. Decided to keep it for himself, and then I killed his ass. Here you go. Beyond my wildest dreams, I never thought you would be the one to retrieve the crystal. You actually give it to me. Do you have any idea how powerful this is? Your selflessness is inspirational and beyond reproach. You've given me much to think about. So this is an interesting cutscene. Princess Caramad, you do have much to think on, such as turning over that crystal to my master, Prince Kael'thas. No, I think not. The selflessness that has just been witnessed to has cleared my mind. My dealings with your master are at an end. You may return to him and let him know I've decided to turn the crystal over to the Naru. What? This is outrageous. You will pay for this. You and your assistant here. Okay. Well, that definitely ended our business relationship with Kael'thas. Please stay here and I'll return shortly. There's something I want you to do. So yeah, we were actually retrieving the crystal for Kael'thas this whole time, but because we were cool, he was like, dude, you were actually cool. That's wild. Are we still in Netherstorm music? Yep. Okay, just making sure. I am an ethereal of my word. You really have inspired me. I'm not going to give you the crystal to hand over to the Naru. As I wish it was your heroics that made it possible. As it was your heroics that made this possible, I wish you to deliver it. You may use my personal teleporter to go straight to Shatrith. Simply step through it and be transported there. Sure. And he really does give you a one-way trip to Shatrith for this one quest. Interestingly enough. Special delivery. Here you go. You have recovered the spirit's song. This is the crystal prophet Velen left behind with his people for safekeeping before he went on his ill-fated mission to the Exodar. Odd that he did not foresee it falling into the hands of the Legion. Or maybe he did. And maybe he foresaw all of this and left it there so you would retrieve it and deliver it to me. Huh. I sense the truth of it. You are a hero of your people. So this allows us to access the Arcatraz. That's actually the beginning of the Arcatraz quest attunement chain, which we are, of course, not doing because it is an attunement chain. Oh, that would have been a worthwhile thing, Dentals, especially given how much we raided the frickin' eye. Or hit Arcatraz. Is it done? You are an individual of formidable power. The Scryers are fortunate to count you as an ally. As word of Kael's new allegiance spreads, more people will see things our way. The fact that we can claim such a decisive victory puts us in a more favorable position. I will not forget your deeds. And that's that quest done. So, we are an hour and 12 minutes past my usual cutoff point, and I still have an entire quest hub to do. I think I'm going to give up on getting Netherstorm done tonight. So here's what we're going to do. Tomorrow, we'll go ahead and start doing the final quest hub of Netherstorm. And that'll be a good, like, hey, you've got a few minutes to get on and get ready and kind of a thing. Because I would like to be able to do the dungeons at level, which means I'm going to need 4 volunteers. And at least one of those needs to be a tank. So anybody wants to participate in that, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and chop off for today. And tomorrow, we'll finish the friggin' Netherstorm and BC. Because we don't actually have that much left, believe it or not. I'll see you there. And, of course, happy Thanksgiving.